The wind howled across the once fertile plains of the Reach, tearing through abandoned farmsteads and rattling broken shutters. Snow swirled in places that had once been warmed by gentle sunshine. The Night King's cold was everywhere now, an omnipresent shroud covering each corner of the Seven Kingdoms. Where men and women had once toiled for a harvest, where orchard blossoms had once perfumed the air in spring, nothing but ice and lifeless fields remained. Frost had choked out the color from the world. The grand halls that had served as shining beacons of feudal power, High Garden, Casterly Rock, the Red Keep, now lay silent under layers of snow and frost, their walls eroded by unnatural cold. In the entire expanse, you could wander for days and never see a warm face, only the blank gazes of whites, serving their king in perpetual obedience. The conquest had been swift in hindsight, though the living had tried to fight. They had believed themselves strong, rallied by prophecies and illusions of unity. Jon Snow had called banners. Daenerys Targaryen had brought dragons to melt the ice. All the might of Westeros had gathered upon the fields before Winterfell. Houses that had warred for centuries laid down their resentments for the final battle, or so they had hoped. But the Night King had a patience that outlasted mortal lives. He had brought the brunt of a winter that no one in living memory had experienced. His army did not tire, did not waver. And so, though the defenders had stoked fires and brandished dragonglass, it had ended in a single cataclysmic night, a night that saw dragonfire turn to dying embers and swords of men shattered like brittle ice under the weight of an inhuman host. Thus began the relentless march south, unstoppable as the tide. In the moonlight, an undead dire wolf patrolled near the ruined gates of Winterfell, its once lustrous fur now matted and stiff with snow. The keep was deserted of the living, only the mindless thrall of silent watchers moved through the courtyard, continuing unspoken tasks as though mimicking life. In the great hall, tapestries that had told stories of legendary Starks fluttered in tatters. Long tables lay overturned. The stone floors, once lit by the glow of hearth fires, had cracked under the impossible cold, forming jagged lines across the entire hall. It was said that somewhere in the crypts below, the old kings and lords of Winterfell still resided in death, unmarred by the reanimation that plagued the world above, protected perhaps by the ancient wards said to be woven into the castle's foundations. But rumors of wards and old magic were of little comfort to the few survivors who had fled, clinging to diminishing hopes. Among them was a Northman named Branwen, once a man-at-arms in service to House Manderly. He had escaped through secret tunnels that wound beneath the castle in the final hours of the siege on Winterfell. He had traveled the roads where roads still existed, witnessing unspeakable horrors. Armies of the dead marched beyond broken ramparts. He had glimpsed villages razed to nothing more than cinder and ice. The people he encountered, if they were not already whites, were half-crazed from hunger, hollow-eyed specters who spoke in whispers of a new reality that had engulfed them. He carried a single Valyrian steel dagger at his side, a gift from a dead lord. It was the only reason he was still alive, for more than once on that long trek, the living dead had caught his scent in the drifting wind. One night, as Branwen stumbled along the King's Road, he found a small group of refugees huddled beneath a collapsed inn, the sign reading, "The Far-Traveled Stag," in battered letters. They were 4 in number, a woman with a sturdy build, an older man whose eyes carried a dull acceptance, and 2 boys who clung to each other in the cold. They didn't speak when he approached, only looked on with the blank suspicion of those who had learned that trust could be as deadly as the enemy. But the woman, after studying him for a long moment, parted her cloak to show a short sword and a humble bit of rag-wrapped food. It was an unspoken invitation. He set aside his dagger, in view but within reach, and knelt by their feeble fire. He could tell by the trembling of her hands that these people had been on the run for days, weeks maybe, with no reprieve. They shared stale bread and frigid water, and in turn, he told them of the horrors he had seen. Not that they needed to hear them, they had seen their own share, but because misery demanded a witness. The older man, who eventually introduced himself as Halleys, recounted how he had fled from the Riverlands. The Night King's legion came upon them after ravaging the twins, the seat of House Frey. He had journeyed east, hoping to find the Vale of Arryn unbreached, only to discover that the pass into the Vale was blocked, sealed by rubble and guarded by whites. The last rumor he'd heard was that House Arryn had fallen, their young lord devoured, or worse, reanimated. The rest of the Vale was either sealed off or enslaved by the cold. Through tears, he spoke of the day the sun never rose over the mountains, as if all the light of the world had decided to hide. That night, Branwen tried to sleep beside them, but nightmares claimed him. He dreamed of ice spreading through his veins, turning his blood to slush until he stood in a winterlocked courtyard. He thought he could hear weeping echoes from beyond a door. When he woke, the ashes in the fire were cold and outside snow drifted in silver curtains. The refugees were awake too, their breath visible in the freezing air. No one spoke, the futility of flight weighed on them. Still, they resolved to keep moving. Together, they pressed on, heading south, hoping against hope that somewhere might still stand free of the White Walkers' corruption. South, across the ruined fields and empty holdfasts, the group trudged in silence. The eerie hush that blanketed the land unnerved them more than anything. There were no crows cawing, no wolves howling in the distance, only the crunch of their own boots on the thick layer of snow. At midday, which was only barely brighter than the gloom of morning, they came upon a hamlet that appeared untouched from afar. No sign of scorch or ruin was visible, but the deeper they went into the cluster of huts, the more apparent it became that only ghosts resided there. Doors were open, tables were set for meals that had never been finished, bread loaves frozen solid on wooden platters. Icicles hung from rooftops and an eerie quiet smothered every corner. They found a single horse, half dead from cold and starvation, tethered to a post beside a blacksmith's forge. Its eyes were glassy with fear, but it still breathed. The woman, whose name was Lullaby, approached carefully, her warm murmurs coaxing it from panic into a docile standstill. She stroked its mane, her breath fogging around its nose. In that moment, they all sensed the faintest flicker of life in a world that had gone still. Hallease found some old grain in a barn, rummaging with desperate energy until he produced a moldy but edible bag of oats. They shared it with the horse, uncertain if they would keep the animal alive or if they would eventually have to butcher it for meat. No one voiced that thought, but the heaviness of such possibilities lay over them like a shroud. While Branwen and the two boys searched the huts for anything useful, salted meats, perhaps a hidden store of vegetables that hadn't rotted, the old man and Lullaby checked the stables. They discovered more supplies than they had dared hope for, a small crate of dried apples, half a barrel of pickled fish, a few jars of honey. Dusty but intact, these remnants would keep them alive for days, maybe weeks if they rationed carefully. As they gathered their haul, the sky darkened, heralding another blizzard. They decided to take shelter in a squat stone hut that once served as the hamlet's communal gathering place. The walls were thick, the roof in decent condition, and there was a large hearth. The boys piled whatever wood they could find into the fireplace. With a single spark from flint and steel, an orange flame licked at the kindling. They all stood in hushed awe, watching fire dance in a place that had likely been cold and empty for many moons. Though the presence of flame offered a fleeting sense of security, none of them forgot what lurked in the darkness beyond the walls. The Night King and his legion did not tire or rest. They swept across the land at their own pace, an unstoppable avalanche. When the fire finally caught and crackled, the group allowed themselves to sit and share the dried apples. The sweetness on their tongues was like a memory of a better world, a moment of warmth in a realm of desolation. Each person took small bites, savoring every morsel, for who knew when they might taste such a thing again. As the storm raged outside, Branwen found himself thinking back to the final stand at Winterfell. The memory was a chaos of shrieking wind, roaring flames from dragons overhead, the unearthly screech of the undead. He remembered seeing the silhouettes of unsullied soldiers, standing stoically, even when the tide of whites overwhelmed them like a restless ocean. He recalled the deafening roar when two dragons collided mid-air, one controlled by Daenerys, the other by the Night King. The living had believed that the dragons would turn the tide, but they had underestimated the cold. Frost and unnatural storms had battered the dragons, and soon enough, Rhaegal and Drogon could barely remain aloft. Once the Night King's ice spears struck, their fates were sealed. That night, the earth had trembled with the weight of so many dying hopes. Branwen could still smell the stench of burning flesh, both human and otherwise, and the acrid reek of magic. Sleep came in restless fragments, and through it all, the group huddled close to the fire. The wind battered the walls as if it had a will of its own. Outside, the snow piled higher until it reached the edges of the windows. The hours bled into one another, and they dozed in shifts, each one half alert for any sign of an encroaching undead. Morning, if it could be called that, brought only a ghostly gray light. The storm had passed, leaving the hamlet encased in deep drifts. They dug a narrow path to the stable, checking on the horse, which they had decided to call Ember for the color of its once vibrant coat. Ember snorted weakly but seemed grateful for the company. They fed it more oats, patting its muzzle gently. In that hushed moment, standing in the stable with their breath steaming in the frigid air. A sense of camaraderie was born among the weary survivors. They might have been strangers a mere day ago, but now unity was all they had. Hallease proposed that they remain in the hamlet for a few more days, stockpiling supplies and building up the horses' strength. The others agreed, though they did so with reservations. Staying put too long risked discovery, but traveling in the wake of a blizzard was suicide. Besides, the roads were more than likely blocked. Searching the hamlet thoroughly might unearth new resources, winter clothing, hidden caches of food. Branwen volunteered to explore the outskirts, hoping the swirling snow might mask his presence. Aladi agreed to stand guard in the watchtower that overlooked the settlement. They decided the old man and the boys would focus on consolidating supplies within the stone hut. So it was that Branwen, wrapped in thick furs he had scavenged from a nearby house, ventured into the white silence. Every step crunched against the crusted snow, threatening to collapse into deeper drifts. He kept his Valyrian steel dagger strapped to his waist, though it provided little comfort in a land where the shadows themselves felt hostile. The cold stung his cheeks like needles, and the wind hissed in his ears, whispering dreadful possibilities. His breath came in plumes, and his eyelashes frosted with tiny crystals. He circled around the hamlet, scanning for footprints or telltale signs of undead activity. Everything lay in blank silence. A field to the west had once grown wheat, now it was a sea of white, punctuated by the skeletal remains of scarecrows, their wooden arms outstretched as if in surrender to an endless winter. In the distance, he noticed what might have been a barn. Hoping it contained something useful, he slogged through thigh-high snow, eyes vigilant. When he reached the structure, a low, sagging building, he found the door iced shut. With considerable effort, he managed to break away the ice around the latch and push inside. He nearly gagged at the smell, rotting hay, mildew, and something else he couldn't quite place, something fetid. He pressed a hand to his nose and cautiously moved deeper into the barn. The interior was dim, the only light seeping through cracks in the wooden walls. Stacks of moldy hay lined one side, and a row of empty stalls stretched along the other. In the last stall, he saw a shape lying face down, half buried in straw. The sense of dread that accompanied it made him hesitate. Memories of the undead rising with sudden ferocity haunted him. He crept closer, carefully drawing his dagger. The shape was motionless. A man, by the looks of his frame, wearing half-plate armor that was tarnished and crusted with ice. Branwen nudged the body with the toe of his boot. No response. He took a breath, steeled himself, and flipped it over. The face was contorted in agony, eyes closed. Another victim of the cold, or worse. He checked the armor's sigil, a sunburst overlaid with a spear. He faintly recognized it as a lesser knight's personal device from the Stormlands, perhaps. The man's skin was pale, lips blue, but there was no sign that he had been touched by the White Walker's necromancy. This was simply a man who had died trying to find refuge from the storm. Branwen exhaled, a mixture of sorrow and relief. He considered taking the armor but realized it was ill-fitted for him and likely too heavy. Instead, he said a quiet prayer for the unknown soul and continued searching. In a corner stall, hidden by piles of old sacks, he discovered a battered crate. Inside he found a few preserved vegetables, onions, turnips, miraculously unspoiled, likely frozen so quickly that they hadn't rotted. It wasn't a feast, but in these times it might as well have been a king's ransom. He gathered them into a sack and turned to leave. As he stepped out of the stall, his foot slipped on a patch of ice and he nearly crashed into a pile of lumber. The noise echoed in the hushed barn, and for one breathless moment he froze, heart pounding, half expecting a wight to leap up from the shadows. But nothing moved. Outside, the wind shifted. He hurried back into the snow, sealing the barn door behind him as best he could. The trek back was grueling. Though he followed his earlier footprints, they were already half filled by new snowfall. The hamlet's outlines were barely discernible in the swirling white. He could sense the magnitude of emptiness pressing in from all sides, as if the entire world had collapsed into a silent wasteland. By the time he reached the hut, he was panting, drenched in sweat beneath his layers of fur, even in the biting cold. Aladi was there to greet him, pulling him inside with the tension of someone who expected trouble around every corner. The watchtower had offered her no comfort, she confessed in hushed tones, only a wide view of a land so empty it felt like the end of all things. They cooked a thin stew with the turnips and onions, adding what little salted meat they had. The taste was bland, but it was warm and comforting. Hallease and the boys, who introduced themselves as Niall and Oris, ate in silence. No one dared talk of the future, not yet. Darkness came early as it always did now. Outside, the wind's wail seemed to carry distant moans. Bran wondered if it was just the wind or the approach of an undead host. He put such thoughts aside, knowing that panic would serve nothing. 2 days later, they discovered that staying hidden was not to be. On a morning dimmed by perpetual gray skies, Lullaby sounded an alarm from the watchtower. A gathering of shapes emerged from the northern horizon, moving with slow, dreadful purpose. At first, they seemed only flickers in the hazy snow, but soon they became distinct figures, a line of whites marching over the hills, accompanied by pale horses that bore riders shrouded in black, crowned by frost. The living would have no chance if they stayed. The group hurried to pack their supplies onto Ember's back, strapping crates and sacks as best they could. In frantic whispers, they prepared for flight. There was no question of fighting, not against a legion that size. Bran scouted from a window, watching the whites approach with mechanical relentlessness. Their weapons glinted in the thin light, their bones or half-frozen flesh wrapped in tatters of once-living attire. They set off through the back of the hamlet, forging a path that wound between thick drifts of snow, hoping to circumvent the undead. The wind, ironically, was both their enemy and ally. It stung their faces and threatened to blind them, but it also cloaked their shapes, disguising them against the white landscape. Every step felt like a betrayal of survival instinct, for if they were spotted, there would be no outmaneuvering the whites. Yet they pressed on, their hearts pounding in collective dread. Lullaby led Ember by the bridle while Hally's tried to keep the boys close. Bran brought up the rear, sword in hand, ready to do whatever he must if the undead discovered them. They trudged westward, though not a one of them knew precisely where they were heading. They only knew they could not remain near that hamlet, near the unstoppable column of death. For hours they walked, the biting cold stealing their breath. Occasionally one of the boys would stumble or let out a whimper, but they pressed on, for there was no alternative. Daylight gave way to twilight, which was a barely discernible shift from gray to darker gray. On a ridge, they paused, collapsing in exhaustion. Ember snorted, the horses' breaths labored. As they looked back, they saw the hamlet in the far distance, a dark cluster on a field of white. The line of whites was there, 2 tiny black specks swarming what they had left behind. Lullaby murmured a quiet thanks to the gods that they had escaped in time. Yet it offered little solace to think about how the undead would keep marching, unerringly turning every living thing they encountered into another thrall for the Night King. Hally's and Bran discussed their options. To the south lay King's Landing, or what once was King's Landing. None of them had actual proof that the capital had fallen, but it seemed certain. If Winterfell, the Eyrie, and the Riverlands had already collapsed, the seat of the Iron Throne could not have fared better. West lay Lannisport and the Rock, also rumored to be under the Night King's dominion. East lay the sea, but the seas themselves had frozen in places if the stories were to be believed, or else were patrolled by white-ridden ships that roamed the coasts. Some even whispered that all of Essos was plunged into an everlasting winter as well, that the doom now stretched across the narrow sea. For the first time, despair threatened to break them like an icy dagger at their throats. All roads led to ruin. Still, they had to try. Darkness fell fully, forcing them to make camp in the lee of a rock outcropping. Bran built a small fire using scraps of wood they had brought, shielding it with his body to keep the light from becoming a beacon. The rest huddled around. Silent prayers were said to old gods, new ODs, any gods that might listen. But the night offered no answer, only the relentless whisper of wind. Morning found them half buried in fresh snow. They dug themselves out, limbs stiff and numb. Ember let out a pained whinny and Lullaby stroked the horse's neck, whispering comfort. They trudged onward. Days lost meaning in that endless white. Sometimes they saw shapes at the edge of the horizon, distant columns of undead, or perhaps just illusions conjured by fear. Once they spotted a monstrous silhouette in the sky, something with wings that beat against the dull clouds, vanishing before they could identify it clearly. Could a dragon remain alive in this cursed winter, or was it yet another terror in the Night King's arsenal? At long last, they reached the margins of a thick forest. Spruce and pine trees, heavily laden with snow, towered above them. The forest offered a reprieve from the punishing wind. Within its shadowy depths, the ground was an uneven carpet of dead needles and frozen soil. The group decided to search for a secure place to rest. The boys, more adept at climbing than the older folks, clambered up to a few branches, scanning for vantage points. They found evidence of a ruin deeper in the forest, perhaps an old lodge or hunting cabin. With renewed hope, they forged a trail through the snow-laden undergrowth. It turned out to be a hunting lodge indeed, constructed of sturdy timber. One of its walls had partially collapsed, but the structure still provided more shelter than the open wilderness. A battered sigil hung crookedly by the entry, a green field with a golden boar, though time and frost had rendered it nearly indistinguishable. Inside, a scattering of old furs covered the floor, and a fireplace yawned, clogged by debris. With effort, Hallease and Bramwin cleared out the chimney, letting in a draft of frigid air but also making it possible to light a fire. As the flames took, the group shared what little food they had left, mostly dried apples and bits of salted meat. They resolved to hunt or forage, though what game could exist in this frozen wasteland was uncertain. While the others arranged their camp, Lullaby and Bramwin ventured into the surrounding woods, hoping to find tracks. Lullaby, who had grown up in the rural outskirts of House Tarly's domain, had some experience with trapping. She taught Bramwin how to spot where rabbits might burrow beneath the snow, how to listen for the faint rustle of wings that might betray a lone pheasant. But the forest was unnaturally silent. They found no tracks, no droppings, not even the scratch marks of predators. It was as if all wildlife had vanished or died. The only movement was the occasional shift of snow falling from weighted branches. More than once, they froze in place, hearts hammering, sure they could hear something large moving through the woods. But they saw nothing. They returned with empty hands to the lodge, stomping snow from their boots. The two boys had tried to patch the broken wall with branches and cloth. Hallease had discovered a dusty bottle of brandy in a cupboard, still sealed, which he proposed they save for dire moments or medicinal use. They once again lit a small fire and arranged themselves around it. Night drew close, and in the flickering light, their eyes revealed exhaustion and fear. After dinner, Bramwin volunteered to take first watch. The wind outside had lulled to a gentle moan. He stood by the broken wall, dagger on his belt, scanning the darkness. Memories haunted him, the final look on King Bran's face, yes, Bran, the strange boy king who had inherited the North's lore when the gates of Winterfell had fallen. Or the moment when the Southern Lord's cavalry had charged into the Whites only to be consumed in a tide of undead. He remembered Daenerys Targaryen's anguished scream when Viserion, her once-fallen dragon turned undead, had unleashed a torrent of ice fire upon living soldiers. The unity of men, dwarves, Sellswords, and exiles had crumbled like an anthill kicked by a giant. The Night King had stood at the crest of a battlement, silent and impassive, a sovereign of the dead, methodically taking each step toward total dominion. Bramwin shivered. He felt a suffocating dread, as if the cold itself was an extension of the Night King's will, creeping into every crack of the world. He wondered if any of the great houses still existed in hidden pockets, or if pockets of free folk still roamed beyond the wall that was now only a memory. Maybe somewhere a red priestess stoked the flames of Lawlor in defiance. Perhaps a few Ironborn lingered, protected by their harsh seas, though even that was wishful thinking now. The old songs had promised heroes. Azor Ahai reborn. The prince that was promised. A dragon queen and her three-headed star. But all had been ground to dust. Fate, it seemed, was indifferent to mortal prophecy. Tom slipped away, and at length he woke Lullaby for her turn at watch. She relieved him with a gentle nod, taking up her bow which she had salvaged from the stable back in the hamlet and standing guard near the broken wall. Bramwin lay down on a makeshift bed of furs, drifting into a fitful sleep punctuated by dark dreams. He saw glimpses of cities overrun, of the Iron Throne encased in ice, of ghostly figures wandering the labyrinthine halls of the Red Keep. He saw rotted ships anchored at Blackwater Bay, their sails tattered, their crews silently waiting. He saw beyond the shivering sea, to the far corners of Essos, and beheld towers of ancient civilization swallowed by snow. More than anything, he saw the Night King's pallid gaze, inhuman and unwavering, scanning the horizon as if searching for the last sparks of life to extinguish. When he woke, morning light filtered through the hole in the lodge wall. Lullaby was kneeling by the fire, coaxing flames from dying embers. Hallease dozed in a corner while the boys lay curled beneath furs. Bran rubbed his eyes, trying to dispel the nightmares. It was time to decide on their next move. Days blurred together. They attempted to hunt, to fish in an icy stream that meandered through the forest. The yields were meager. Hallease proved adept at snaring squirrels, and once they even caught a half-frozen fox, which they reluctantly skinned and ate. Survival became a string of small victories amid a daily terror of discovery. Each night, they posted watches, expecting at any moment to see the glow of blue eyes in the darkness. One evening, as the sky swallowed the last pale beams of daylight, Bramwin heard something in the woods, a crunching of snow, methodical and slow. He silently roused the others. They snuffed the fire, hearts pounding. In tense silence, they waited. The sound grew nearer. The lodge door was still bolted, but the broken wall gaped open, sealed only by a hasty patch of branches. Lullaby notched an arrow, her breath hitching. Hallies held a hand over the boys' mouths, stilling their fearful whimpers. A shape emerged from the tree-line. It was tall, gaunt, wrapped in ragged leathers. Bramwin could see no glow of blue eyes at first, perhaps it was a living wanderer. But then, the figure lifted its head, revealing features contorted by frostbite, skin a mottled grayish-white. Indeed, its eyes carried a dull shimmer of otherworldly blue. A white. Alone, it staggered forward, arms dangling at its sides as if it barely remembered how to move. It sniffed at the air, or so it seemed, weaving side to side. The group clutched their weapons, praying the single creature would move on. But it turned towards the lodge, drawn by the faint remnant of heat or the scent of life. Its guttural groan set Branwen's hair on end. Moving with painstaking caution, Lullaby drew her bowstring. Bramwin nodded at her, raising his dagger. She let the arrow fly. It struck the white square in the chest, staggering it. But the creature hissed and continued forward, dislodging the arrow with unnatural resilience. Valyrian steel or dragon glass was needed to dispatch such a foe definitively. Bramwin leaped over the makeshift barricade, plunging his dagger into the white's temple as it stumbled forward. The thing froze, let out a rattling gasp, and collapsed, still at last. He kicked it aside, heart pounding. They waited, ears straining for the sounds of a larger host. None came. It appeared the white was astray. The group exhaled in shaky relief, but the reality was grim. If one had found them, more could follow. They quickly gathered supplies, deciding to abandon the lodge that very night. Traveling in darkness was perilous, but staying any longer could be fatal. The moon offered pale illumination through a thin veil of cloud, guiding them as they pressed deeper into the forest. Each step was accompanied by the echo of the white's final hiss, a reminder that nowhere in this world was safe. At dawn, they reached the forest's edge and gazed upon a valley below. In the distance, the remains of a castle perched atop a rocky promontory, walls black against the snow. Even from afar, they could tell it was deserted, battered. Yet a wisp of smoke rose from somewhere within, a faint line of gray drifting into the sky. Life? Or an elaborate trap? They had little choice but to investigate. Carefully, they descended the slope, navigating icy boulders and frozen streams. It took them most of the day to reach the outer gate, which had been torn from its hinges. Inside the courtyard, they found a scattering of bones and rusted weapons. Tattered banners lay half-buried in drifts. The crest was unrecognizable, though Lullaby guessed it might have belonged to a minor branch of House Tyrell or perhaps House Rowan, given the floral patterns. The smoke came from the great hall, whose doors stood ajar. They approached with weapons at the ready. Bramwin peered inside, heart-thudding. The interior was a mess of collapsed beams and shattered furniture. Yet near the center, a makeshift fire burned in a large brazier, and a figure crouched beside it. A woman clad in ragged furs and leathers with a scar running down one side of her face. She looked up, her dark eyes wide with alarm. Bramwin raised his hands in a gesture of peace, stepping forward slowly, dagger sheathed. She eyed them warily, brandishing a steel-tipped spear. "Stay back," she croaked, voice hoarse. Lullaby stepped beside Bramwin, bow lowered but an arrow knocked. The woman glanced at the boys and Hallies, then at Ember, the horse. Seeing their ragtag state, she relaxed marginally. "You're not whites," she said, relief and suspicion mingling. Bramwin shook his head. "No. We escaped the north. We've been on the run. We saw your smoke." The woman's posture softened. "I'm Carhyle," she offered, though there was no warmth in her tone. She gestured at the brazier. "I have a little food. If you're here to rob me, we'll kill each other, so best think again." Hallie stepped in behind them. "We're no thieves. Just survivors." Carhyle nodded curtly. She glanced around as if expecting more people. "It's just me now. My companions," she trailed off, turning her gaze to a row of corpses wrapped in cloth near the far wall. The group exchanged knowing looks. Loss was universal now, a common language they all spoke. Under the truce of mutual desperation, they joined her around the brazier. Cautiously, they shared what provisions they had. Carhyle, in turn, revealed that she had come from Old Town, which had fallen to the Whites months ago. She had joined a band of refugees heading northeast, hoping to reach Storm's End or Dragonstone. But their path had been cut off by the main host of the Night King's army. One by one, her companions succumbed to cold, hunger, or undead ambush. She alone remained, clinging to life in the carcass of this castle. The mild climate that once characterized the Reach had turned treacherous, blanketed by unending snowfall. Night fell as they exchanged grim accounts of the conquest. Carhyle spoke of seeing the high tower in Old Town blanketed in a thick layer of ice, the famed library of the citadel filled with corpses of maesters who died clutching books they hoped would contain a secret to stop the undead. She spoke of a final stand on the Honeywine where Knights of the Reach formed a line of steel and fire that held for 3 nights before the winter's fury claimed them. Her words hung in the air, further proof that no corner of the 7 kingdoms had been spared. Bramwin, Alati, Halleys, and the boys settled in the great hall with Carhyle for the night. They arranged bedrolls around the brazier. The boys slept fitfully, haunted by nightmares. Ember, tethered in a side corridor, stirred anxiously. A sense of temporary reprieve settled over them, though they knew that staying would be dangerous. With each tale exchanged, the full scope of the Night King's victory became more apparent. Winter did not break. The unnatural cold was part of his dominion, a kingdom of ice that swallowed up all others. At dawn, Carhyle led them to the upper levels of the keep, showing where she had collected enough firewood for another week at best. From a crumbling battlement, they surveyed the valley. Forests stretched in all directions, but the once green expanse was now pallid. If they squinted, they could see hints of farmland further south, interrupted by the silver line of a frozen river. Carhyle said there might be small hamlets along the riverbanks. There had been talk of a larger group of survivors gathering near the Mander, though she had no certainty. The rumor was days old, carried by a dying traveler. It might be a fable or a trap, but it was the only lead they had. Thus a plan took shape. They would rest for a few days at the castle, pooling resources and building strength. Then they would head south, following the river, in search of this rumored enclave of the living. Each day, they posted a watch on the battlements, keeping an eye out for any movement in the surrounding valley. The forest remained still, but the fear of discovery loomed over them like a thundercloud. As they waited out those days, Carhyle tentatively bonded with the group. She taught Niall and Oris how to hold a spear, and she showed Alati a more efficient way to fletch arrows from the sparse materials available. Halleys organized the food, rationing it carefully. Bramwin spent hours examining the castle's remains, searching for dragoglass or any hidden stash of Valyrian steel. He found nothing but cold stone and old memories. Each night, they shared stories as though weaving a fragile net of community in a sea of despair. The nights were long, and the temperature dropped further with each passing day. Even so, the brazier provided a pocket of warmth, enough to keep them from freezing to death. On the 5th night, Alati shook Bran awake. He rose instantly, dagger in hand, to see her finger pressed to her lips. She motioned toward the battlements. Without a word, he followed. They climbed the ruined steps, each breath a mist in the gloom. Above, the sky was dark, dotted with faint stars behind ragged clouds. Once they reached the parapet, Alati pointed across the valley. At first, Bramwin saw only swirling snow in the moonlight. Then he made out shapes in the distance, lights moving slowly, bobbing like lanterns. A hush of dread enveloped him. No living soul used lanterns anymore, not in open ground. Light attracted wights, unless they were so numerous they feared nothing. But these lights weren't a golden glow, they were a faintly bluish, ghostly gleam. Bramwin's throat constricted. He could count perhaps a dozen of them, spaced out as though carried by an organized force. A chill, separate from the temperature, snaked down his spine. Alati whispered the thought they both shared: White Walkers. The others. The Night King's lieutenants. If they were traveling in the valley, the group's days in the castle were over. At dawn, they informed the others. There was no debate. They would leave immediately, heading south along the river as planned. The specter of the White Walkers gave them no alternative. Loading up Ember with what they could carry, the 7 survivors, Bramwin, Alati, Halleys, Niall, Oris, Carhyle, and their horse, slipped away from the castle. A hush fell over them as they left, as if they were leaving behind any illusion of safety they had managed to conjure. Snow crunched underfoot in the echoing silence. Dark pines loomed over them like sentinels, and overhead, crows circled. Perhaps the last crows, waiting for scraps among the dead. For 2 days, they followed the meandering course of a frozen river, forging their way through the accumulation of ice and drifts. Now and then, they spotted a half-buried farmstead or an abandoned holdfast. All were empty, devoid of human life, though occasionally they came across a pitiful scene, a dog's corpse curled on a doorstep or a cradle left abandoned in a house with the door ajar, an unsettling testament to how quickly winter had claimed them. They pressed on, sustaining themselves with a grim determination. Halleys took to humming old tunes under his breath, songs of harvest and hearth. No one had the heart to ask him to stop. On the 3rd day, they encountered footsteps in the snow that did not belong to the undead. A trail, fresh enough to suggest it was made within the last day, led deeper into the woods near the riverbank. It was a lifeline. Quietly, carefully, they followed the tracks. The air was crisp with tension. If they found more survivors, it could be the rumored enclave. Or it could be bandits, as desperate and ruthless as any white. Yet they had little choice. The tracks were proof of human activity, a rarity in the land of eternal winter. By late afternoon, they smelled smoke, not the acrid smell of burned flesh but the welcoming aroma of wood fires. Rounding a bend in the river, they spotted a low palisade wall of sharpened stakes. Beyond it rose the outlines of tents and crude shelters. Faint plumes of smoke drifted up into the sky. A makeshift encampment. They exchanged looks, hearts pounding with cautious hope. If the inhabitants were friendly, this could be a place to rest. If not, they might have to fight or flee. Bramwin stepped forward, calling out, "Hail! We come in peace." His voice echoed unnaturally. A moment later, figures appeared along the palisade. Bows and spears raised, tense watchers assessing the newcomers. A tall, broad-shouldered man yelled, "Who goes there?" Lullaby raised her hands, bow slung across her back. "Survivors, nothing more. We seek shelter if you have it." The watchers conferred among themselves. One called out, "Walk forward, slow. Keep your weapons sheathed." Cautiously, they approached. The camp's defenders parted, allowing them to pass through an improvised gate. Once inside, they found a handful of tents circled around communal fires. Men, women, and even a few children huddled together, clad in mismatched garments, their faces gaunt but alive. The tall man who had challenged them stepped forth. His face was scarred, his hair streaked with gray. He regarded them with wary eyes, then nodded. "I'm Cade. We call this place Riverbend," he said, though it was hardly more than a few stakes and tents. Introductions were made, though no one offered family names with any pride. In this world, house loyalties mattered little. Cade led them to a central fire where they could warm themselves. They learned that these survivors had gathered from across the Reach and parts of the Stormlands. Some had come from as far as Dorne. They had banded under the loose leadership of Cade and a few others, building what paltry defenses they could. The Whites had passed by this region for now, perhaps drawn elsewhere, giving them time to prepare. They had watchers posted day and night. Snipers with dragonglass arrows found in the scraps left behind by Daenerys's army stood ready to fell any White Walkers that appeared. Though the camp was small, numbering around 36 souls, it felt like a place of small but significant hope. A roughshod corral housed a few more animals, 2 ponies, a handful of goats, and 3 dogs that barked nervously at Ember's approach. People bustled about, tending fires, cooking meager stews, mending clothes. It was a semblance of community, a fragile bulwark against despair. When Carhyle asked what their plan was, Cade shrugged. "We endure. If the dead come, we fight." At that, a woman with piercing green eyes spoke up. Her name was Estermont, or so they called her, though it clearly wasn't her full name. She gestured at a row of crudely fashioned boats by the riverbank. "We're building skiffs, hoping to sail south once the ice breaks." The notion that the ice might break was questionable in a winter that never ceased, but they clung to that possibility. So began a new chapter for Branwen and his companions. They pitched in where they could, repairing the palisade, hunting for scraps of food in the surrounding woods, fishing through holes cut in the river ice. Hallie shared what he knew of rationing and storekeeping, gleaned from his time in the Riverlands. Lullaby and Carhyle joined the patrols, forging crude but effective weapons. Carhyle's experience fighting Whites in Old Town proved invaluable. She showed the camp defenders how to hamstring the undead to slow them, how to strike at their spines to disrupt movement. Niall and Oris were overjoyed to find other children in the camp, though those children had the hard eyes of orphans who had seen too much death. Night after night, they stood watch on the palisade, peering out across the moonlit snowfields. Sometimes they thought they saw shapes moving in the distance. Other times, flurries of wind-blown snow played tricks on their eyes. Each dawn was a cause for minor celebration, one more day alive. The gloom remained omnipresent, an oppressive weight that tinted every thought. Yet in that small camp, flickers of resilience appeared. A woman named Senna taught the children to read scraps of old scrolls she'd salvaged from a library. A man named Tom tinkered with a broken loom, hoping to weave sturdier cloth for winter garments. At times, in the hush before sleep, Branwen thought back to the day he had fled Winterfell. He felt guilt gnaw at him for leaving others behind, though he knew there had been no choice. He recalled the unstoppable force of the undead wave that broke the gates, the final ring of steel and war cries drowned by a monstrous, cold silence. Would those who had fallen at Winterfell, Lord Manderley, Ser Davos, Tormund Giantbane, so many faces, be proud that he had survived? Or would they have cursed him for abandoning the cause? These questions had no answers, only regrets. Days turned into weeks. The camp endured small skirmishes with roving Whites, picking them off with arrows and spears. Carhyle, Lullaby, and a few others formed a small scouting party to venture further south, seeking more survivors or a safer refuge. They returned after 10 days with news that both heartened and chilled them. They had found evidence of a larger group near the Mandir, possibly 100 souls or more, fortifying an old fortress. But they also saw signs of the Night King's forces to the east. Entire stretches of farmland were flattened. The snow churned and blackened as if a massive host had passed by. By some stroke of fortune or divine whim, Riverbend had been bypassed. As the bleak winter days crawled on, the survivors in the camp began to speak of the future in small, tentative ways. Could they improve their fortifications? Could they search for dragonglass mines rumored to exist along the coast near Highgarden? Perhaps they could attempt to rejoin that larger group by the Mandir, forging an alliance strong enough to hold against the dead. The illusions of grand victories were gone. Now they dreamed merely of continued survival, perhaps to outlast the Night King's unnatural winter, should it ever end. Even so, the older ones remembered legends. Legends said the long night, thousands of years ago, had ended when the first men and the children of the forest banded together to drive back the darkness. But this time, the darkness was so absolute, the living so scattered. No new dawn had come. The red comet, once heralded as a sign of dragons, had flared and faded years ago, leaving only an unbroken sky of gray. Some whispered that if the Night King conquered all of Westeros, eventually his power would wane. Others scoffed, saying he would cross the seas and claim the entire world in his icy grasp. Word trickled in from wanderers that pockets of resistance still flickered across the land. Rumors of a surviving dragon, battered and weak, hidden in the Stormlands. Rumors of a hidden weirwood grove in the far north, protected by ancient magic, where a handful of wildlings still lived. Rumors of a red priest leading a band of fanatics who burned the dead in great pyres, offering prayers to the Lord of Light. None of these rumors filled the bellies of the hungry at Riverbend, but they fed the flicker of hope that refused to die entirely. Branwen found himself standing guard late one evening, the moon veiled by clouds. The palisade felt fragile under his hands. Beyond, the snow shimmered faintly. A shape approached out of the gloom, a lone figure leaning on a staff. He raised the alarm softly. The defenders readied their weapons. As the figure drew closer, they saw it was an old woman, wearing layers of patched robes. She stumbled forward, and a hush fell. Could this be a trick of the undead? But no blue light shone in her eyes. She gasped for breath, collapsing against the stakes. They rushed to help her, pulling her inside. Over the next hours, they learned her name was Berena, and she claimed to have come from the Mandir's fortress. She had been sent to find Riverbend to beg for aid. The fortress had been discovered by white patrols, and now a larger host was converging on it. The defenders would not last without reinforcements. She spoke of hundreds of living souls there, men, women, children, building barricades and forging weapons from scrap. But they were outnumbered, unprepared for the storm that approached. When asked why she thought Riverbend could help, her voice quavered with exhaustion but carried a desperate conviction. We have to stand together, or the dead will pick us off, one by one. Cade and the others of Riverbend faced a grim decision. They had meager defenses themselves. But if they did nothing, those people by the Mandir would surely perish. Then the whites would come for Riverbend. Better we try to unite, Cade said quietly. There's no safety alone. Bramwin felt a surge of agreement. He had seen what division cost. The living's last chance was in unity, however frail. By dawn, the camp prepared to march. They packed up tents and supplies, bundled them onto makeshift sleds. Some would remain, those too old, too ill to travel, guarded by a skeleton crew of defenders. But most would go. Halleys, Carhyle, Alati, the boys, and Brannon all agreed they must stand with the fortress. The plan was perilous. They would traverse miles of open ground, risking encounter with roving whites. But they set off with a determined air, a grim acceptance. Better to fight than wait passively for death. For days, they traveled south. Berena led them by paths she claimed were known only to a few, avoiding main roads. The weather worsened as if the Night King sensed their endeavor. Blizzards lashed them, and they lost 2 men to frostbite. Yet they pressed on, spurred by a single shared purpose, to unite with the fortress. Along the way, they stumbled upon other wandering survivors, groups of 3 or 4, sometimes a lone individual, who joined them when they learned of the cause. Some were armed, others had barely more than a knife. By the time they reached the outskirts of the fortress, their numbers had swollen to nearly 50. They approached under cover of a stormy twilight. The fortress, an old stone stronghold near a bend in the Mander, rose bleakly against the horizon. Fires flickered along its walls. The silhouette of the place was battered, battlements crumbled, and wooden reinforcements replaced collapsed towers. But from those ramparts, watchmen spotted the approaching column and signaled acceptance. The gates groaned open, and a ragtag crowd of defenders welcomed them inside. Relief swept the courtyard. On battered faces, a fleeting hope glimmered. They were greeted by a wiry man named Gaiman, who introduced himself as the fortress's de facto leader. Verena, exhausted, sagged to her knees, tears slipping down her cheeks. She had made it. Her mission to bring help had succeeded. Gaiman explained the situation swiftly. The Night King's scouts had been spotted a day's march away, an entire vanguard of whites led by at least 2 White Walkers. The fortress had some dragon glass weapons left over from the war effort, salvaged from the spoils of battles past. But not enough to arm everyone. They had a small supply of wildfire discovered in old caches hidden by House Tyrell. With that, they planned a desperate stand. If we fall, Gaiman said, there's little left in the reach for the living. That night, the battered courtyard resonated with preparations. People sharpened blades, hammered nails into makeshift barricades, prepared pitch and wildfire. Others prayed in corners. Children huddled with caretakers in the keep's main hall. Branwen, Carhyle, and Alati lent their experience, recounting what tactics had worked in the smaller skirmishes. Hallis used his talents to ration food for the final stand. Niall and Oris, though barely more than boys, insisted on helping however they could, fetching water and carrying messages. The wind howled beyond the walls. Through arrow slits, they could see the storm intensify. Snowfall thickened, swirling in eddies. It felt as if the entire world trembled under the Night King's shadow. The defenders worked by torchlight, refusing to yield to terror. Once again, humanity gathered for a final confrontation. A battered, half-starved assembly of commoners and a few former lords using scraps of memory and old war stories to shape a last defense. If the rumors were true, the main bulk of the undead army was not far behind the vanguard. This battle could either break the Whites' momentum or doom every breathing thing in the south. Dawn arrived, gray and lifeless. Scouts ran along the walls, pointing west. There, beyond the swirling veil of snow, the shapes of the undead emerged. A slow, methodical wave of whites advanced, eyes glowing with that unnatural blue. At their head, 2 White Walkers rode pale horses, their spears trailing thin tendrils of ice. An army of the dead, perhaps a few hundred strong, but more than enough to threaten the fortress. They marched in uncanny unison, neither hurried nor hesitant. The watchers on the wall swallowed their fear. Archers notched arrows, checking to ensure each arrowhead was tipped with dragaglass or steel hammered to a lethal point. Swordsmen and spearmen readied themselves behind the gates. Crates of wildfire were placed at strategic choke points. Branwen stood on the ramparts with Alati and Carhyle. The wind whipped their cloaks and they exchanged solemn nods. No one expected to survive unscathed, if at all. But they would fight because yielding was no longer an option. The boys watched from below, terror in their eyes. Hallis offered them what comfort he could, even as his own hands trembled. The undead drew closer. Gaiman waited until they were within bow range, then shouted, "Loose." Arrows rained down, the hiss of fletched shafts filling the air. Dozens of whites fell, collapsing like puppets with severed strings. But the bulk pressed on, climbing over their fallen. The White Walkers raised their weapons, and a sudden gust of freezing wind blasted the fortress walls, snuffing out several torches. The archers readied another volley. The clash began in earnest. Whites hammered at the gates, hacking with swords or clawing mindlessly. The defenders poured wildfire from murder holes, igniting the undead in green flames. Screeches filled the air, mingling with the crackle of burning flesh. On the ramparts, Carhyle speared a white that had scaled the battlements, pushing it off the ledge. Alati's bow sang, each arrow carefully aimed at a white skull. Branwen found himself face-to-face with a snarling undead knight, clad in the remains of ancient armor. He narrowly dodged its sword strike and plunged his Valyrian dagger into its neck, the eyes flickering out instantly. Below, the gates shuddered. Gaiman bellowed orders. A group of defenders pushed against the wooden barricade, trying to brace it with beams. But the dead were relentless. Another wave of whites scaled the walls with preternatural agility. Fighting erupted along the parapets, steel clashing on rotten bone, men screaming as the undead tore into them. Even as some whites were cut down, the White Walkers advanced, their presence emanating an aura of bitter cold. One walker lifted its spear, and ice formed along the stone, creeping toward the defender's feet. Gaiman ordered the archers to focus their dragaglass arrows on the White Walkers. A handful of archers obeyed, firing with trembling hands. 2 arrows missed, shattering against the stone. Another arrow found its mark, piercing a walker's thigh. The creature hissed, stumbling. A second arrow struck it in the chest, and with a shriek like splitting ice, the walker dissolved into shards, scattering on the snow. For a fleeting second, hope soared. But the other walker retaliated, swinging its spear to conjure a freezing gale that threw the archers from the ramparts. Screams echoed as they plummeted. Carhyle rushed to the fallen White Walker's spear, hoping to retrieve it for some advantage. But the moment she touched it, the spear vanished into a crackle of ice, leaving only a thin mist. The second walker advanced, cutting down defenders with regal indifference. Bramwin saw Gaiman step forward, brandishing a Valyrian steel sword. The man's face was pale but resolute. He engaged the walker in a desperate duel on the snow-caked courtyard. Their weapons collided with a piercing ring. Frost spread from the walker's spear, but Gaiman held his ground. A few defenders tried to aid him, only to be thrown aside by swiping wights. The gate finally gave way, and a flood of undead poured in, rotting limbs thrust through the sundered wood. Fire pits erupted as defenders flung torches and wildfire at the breach. The courtyard turned into a chaotic melee. Screams, snarls, the hiss of steam as snow was melted by flame, the stench of burning flesh, living and dead, intermingled in a nauseating tableau. Bramwin found himself fighting back-to-back with Lullaby, her quiver nearly empty. He slashed at any wight that lunged, severing limbs, driving them back long enough for Lullaby to aim an arrow at another. Across the courtyard, Carhyle rallied a small group of spearmen, thrusting at the wight's legs to trip them before delivering killing blows. The walls dripped with gore, the once pristine snow churned into a filthy mire. In the midst of it all, the White Walker fought Gaiman, spear against sword, an uncanny grace in its every move. Each strike from the walker threatened to freeze Gaiman's steel. Yet Gaiman pressed on, fueled by desperation. With a final roar, he feinted, then thrust the Valyrian blade into the walker's chest. The creature's eyes widened, and it let out a hollow shriek before exploding into shards of ice. In that heartbeat of victory, a chorus of undead shrieks went up. The wights momentarily faltered, as if unmoored. Dozens of them collapsed on the spot, those directly under the walker's command. But still others, part of a larger network belonging to the Night King or some other walker, continued their assault. The fighting raged on. More defenders fell, though they took many wights with them. Wildfire casks exploded, bathing corners of the courtyard in green flames. Carhyle collapsed under a pair of wights, only to be saved by Niall and Orys, who stabbed at the creatures with sharpened spears. Hallies, bloodied but alive, dragged wounded fighters away from the front lines, pressing cloth against horrific gashes. Overhead, the sky churned with dark clouds, and a swirl of snow hammered the fortress. Finally, the last of the vanguard wights were dispatched or driven away in aimless retreat, lacking the direct guidance of a White Walker. The courtyard was a ghastly ruin, littered with bodies. Fire smoldered in chunks of debris. Many of the defenders were dead or grievously wounded. Gaiman, still clutching the Valyrian sword, sank to his knees, letting the weapon drop. His breath rasped. The battered survivors stared around in disbelief. They had won. At least for now. But even in that moment of partial triumph, a distant horn sounded from the west, a low, mournful note carried on the icy wind. Bramwin's heart clenched. He looked at Gaiman, saw the despair in his eyes. Reinforcements for the undead. The main host, perhaps? They had repelled a vanguard at great cost. Now the real horror loomed. In that frozen courtyard, with the wind howling and the stench of death clinging to every stone, the survivors realized that their final stand was merely beginning. Gaiman tried to rise, stumbled, and Carhyle caught him. "We fight again," she said grimly, voice cracking. "There's no other way." Around them, battered men and women picked up weapons, or what remained of them. Bramwin, Lullaby, Hallies, the boys, they all understood. The unstoppable tide was coming, and they would hold. Because in a world plunged into ice and night, resistance was the last vestige of humanity. The Night King had conquered the kingdoms, cast an unending shadow over the land. But so long as one spark of life remained to fight back, all was not yet lost. The living would not kneel to winter's crown without a final, defiant roar. And so they stood among the wreckage, forging a grim vow in their hearts. One more stand, one more chance to defy the endless winter. Dawn's feeble light bathed the fortress, revealing the silhouettes of an oncoming terror. Yet inside those walls, battered souls clung to hope. They were not legends or heroes, merely ordinary people bound by desperation. But in their unity, in their refusal to lie down and die, they discovered a final shred of power. They would face the dead once more, with blades in hand and fire in their eyes, hearts pounding in unison against the frigid will of the Night King. If this was to be the end, then they would meet it standing tall, forging a memory of defiance amid a sea of ice, for however long that memory might last in a world conquered by darkness. You said. Continue 6,500 words ensure lore accuracy and attention to detail, no subtitles. ChatGPT said. Reasoned about the Night King's conquest for 23 seconds. Gaiman's breathing came in ragged gasps as he stood in the courtyard, still reeling from his victory over the White Walker. The last echoes of shattering ice lingered in the air. The battered sword in his grip trembled against his gloved palm. Nearby, Bramwin bent over a wounded defender, pressing a strip of cloth against the man's belly wound to staunch the flow of blood. They had won this battle if it could be called a victory, but as the horn's mournful note rippled over the battlements, everyone realized the fight was far from over. The main host was coming. There could be no illusions of. Wise. Carhyle, breathing hard, propped Gaiman up and looked across the carnage. The once pristine snow had been churned into a dark, muddy slush. Dismembered whites lay everywhere, some still twitching with vestiges of unholy reanimation. Broken arrows protruded from corpses, both undead and living. The acrid smell of wildfire clung to the air, along with the sickly stench of burnt flesh. It was difficult to see more than a few yards through the swirling flurries, yet the shadows on the horizon were enough to send a chill deeper than the winter wind. They moved in a collective mass, slow yet unstoppable, and the watchers on the walls had no trouble recognizing what they were. A legion of death awaited, blotting out the pale background like a living storm. Halleys knelt near the sally port, comforting Niall and Oris. The boys' spears were spattered with congealed gore. They had saved Carhyle's life only moments ago, driving their makeshift weapons into a pair of whites. Now the enormity of what they had done seemed to crush them, children forced into slaughter. Halleys ran a trembling hand over their hair. He, too, carried new cuts across his face and arms, though his wide eyes betrayed more horror at the prospect of the second wave. They had spent nearly everything repelling the first. Many of the fortress defenders lay motionless on the ground. Others huddled by the walls, moaning through injuries. Arrows were almost gone. Whatever dragonglass caches remained were precious small. Berena, the old woman who had come pleading for help, was hunched against the keep's interior steps, her breath rattling in her chest as if she'd run a marathon. She stared out at the swelling gloom with the unfocused gaze of someone who feared that any moment might be her last. Alati stood on the western battlements, peering into the murk. Her quiver was down to 2 arrows and her arm muscles burned from loosing so many shafts in quick succession. She searched in vain for the faint outlines of cavalry or a friendly force that might ride in to save them, but there was nothing. She was forced to accept reality. No army of men or women remained to ride out to their aid. The era of last-second rescues was gone, as dead as the old songs. If any part of the living world remained free, it was far away and hidden behind walls even the Night King had not yet seen fit to breach. Here, in this ruined fortress by the Mander, a few hundred souls were about to face the unstoppable. Alati's breath came in shaky bursts and she felt a hot sting behind her eyes. Yet her hand didn't waver on her bow's grip. If they had to die, she would make it count. Carhyle helped Gaiman over to a low stone ledge near the keep's entrance, where he could rest while a grim-faced woman named Senna checked him for wounds. Senna was no maester, but she had learned some healing from an old septa in Old Town before it fell. Gaiman's face was streaked with ash and blood, his eyes ringed with exhaustion, but his spirit burned bright. He forced a watery grin when Senna declared he had only minor frostburn on his forearms, though a bruise below his ribs hinted at cracked bones from the walker's blow. Carhyle turned to Bramwin, who had just finished doing what little he could for the dying man at his feet. Bramwin's cheeks were smudged with soot and his fur cloak was ripped at the shoulder. He rose, clenching his Valyrian steel dagger. "We should ready the wildfire," he said quietly. "If they send more White Walkers or the Night King himself, we'll need every last jar." He gazed around, noting that not all the defenders had regrouped. Some had melted into the corners of the courtyard, unresponsive. They needed a rallying cry, a reason to keep fighting when all logic said surrender would be easier. Yet they all knew what surrender meant, becoming another mindless thrall. Gaiman struggled to his feet, bracing himself on Carhyle's arm. Though he looked as if a stiff wind would knock him down, the steel in his voice had not diminished. "Gather everyone," he said, loud enough for the courtyard to hear. "We have only moments before they reach our walls." Senna and Halleys hurried to pull together the survivors who could stand. Others took the wounded inside, carrying them on doors ripped from hinges. Flickers of torchlight danced across the fortress's battered interior as men and women, faces ashen, returned to the yard, dragging their swords or clutching crude spears. Some no longer had functioning weapons, they came anyway, eyes hollow with acceptance. Carhyle propped Gaiman up so he could address them. He paused, as if searching for the right words, then spoke in a voice that carried above the moan of the wind. All of you have seen what the dead can do. And you know what they'll do if they take this fortress. We stand between them and whatever pockets of life might remain south of here. Maybe it's just more winter and sorrow, but as long as we draw breath, there's a chance for something else. He took in every face. We're the last line. There is no retreat. If we fall, this stronghold becomes theirs, and then the Mander, and then the rest of the realm. Silence followed. Some eyes glistened with tears, others set with grim determination. In the hush, even the wind seemed to hold its breath. Then Gaiman hefted the Valyrian steel sword and pointed to the battered gates. When the Night King's host arrives, show them that men and women of Westeros still have teeth. Show them we don't break. If they want this place, they'll bleed ice to take it. A ragged chorus of shouts rose, part anger and part desperation. The noise jolted a current of energy through the defenders as if they'd all been waiting for one final chance to roar at the darkness. Even Bramwin felt the spark in his chest, that small, flickering hope that perhaps they could hold out long enough to outmaneuver doom. It might be a dream, but it was better than the alternative. All across the courtyard, people scrambled to reposition. Archers with only a handful of arrows each took vantage points behind hastily erected barricades. Those with swords or spears formed clusters around Carhyle, who demonstrated again where to strike whites to disable them fastest. Some of the older fighters carried clay flasks of wildfire in padded crates, positioning them along the walls. Anyone who still had the strength hoisted piles of debris to reinforce the shattered gates, though they all knew it would not hold for long. Niall and Oris hovered near Halleys, who had equipped them with short hunting bows. Their quivers held only a few dragonglass-tipped arrows. Alati joined them, though she had but 2 arrows left, and promised to help the boys aim true when the moment came. She tried to comfort them with a small smile, and for an instant she was reminded of the simpler times she'd spent hunting game in the Reach, times that felt like a dream from another world. Oris trembled, but tried to mimic Alati's stoic expression. Niall looked at his brother's hands shaking and put a small, grimy hand on his shoulder. They were both determined to stand or fall beside the rest. Bramwin checked Ember, the horse that had survived so many hardships with them, now tethered in a corner near some rubble. Ember's eyes rolled with fear, ears flicking constantly at the tumult. Bramwin patted the animal's flank. "You deserve better," he murmured. There was no place to move the horse that was any safer. If the fortress fell, Ember would likely be devoured by whites or used as a means of escape by some last-minute dash. But flight seemed a delusion, there was nowhere left to run. The entire realm lay under ice. So he stroked the horse, promising in his mind that if all else failed, he would do what he must so Ember wouldn't suffer. Out on the western side, watchers sounded an alarm. Shapes materialized through the flurries. The skeletal remains of the vanguard had reappeared, joined by a swelling rank of fresh horrors. The line was broader now, stretching across the entire horizon in a jagged front. As they drew closer, the defenders on the walls could see the grotesque mishmash of faces, the remains of soldiers, peasants, even animals. All manner of corpses stitched into a single unholy legion. High above them, a shriek that resembled tortured wind echoed, and the watchers caught a glimpse of something flying, the pale, ragged wings of a white wyvern, or perhaps a gaunt, undead eagle. It vanished into the swirling snow, leaving only that piercing cry. Gaiman mustered what archers remained. "We focus on the White Walkers if they come within range. Don't waste arrows on ordinary whites unless you can't avoid it." A young man with a bandaged head nodded stiffly, swallowing. Another woman with a burn scar across her face confirmed she had only 1 arrow left. She'd been saving it for the moment a walker came into sight. Their hands trembled on their bows, their eyes scanning the gloom for that telling flash of pale flesh and frosty armor. Branwen took a position near the gates with a small group of swordsmen who braced for a direct assault. Carhyle stood at his side, spear in hand, her jaw set in unwavering focus. "This is it," she whispered, and Branwen merely gave a grim nod. His dagger felt lighter than it should. In the back of his mind, he recalled the final stand at Winterfell, that feeling of unstoppable dread. Yet here he was again, a handful of survivors set against an avalanche of death. He wondered if this was what the last heroes of old felt during the ancient long night, small, outnumbered, but burning with the will to fight. There was no time for further thought. A horn sounded from the Whites' lines, a deep, funereal note. They came on in a surge, a wave of figures that moved with chilling purpose. The defenders shouted, loosing arrows or hurling makeshift spears. Dozens of whites toppled, pinned to the snow, but many more simply trampled their fallen. The front ranks slammed against the gate debris with a resounding crash. Wood splintered. The barrier rocked on its hinges. Behind the gates, men and women shoved back with poles, trying to keep the undead from pushing it in. From above, a volley of flaming jars rained down, some shattering in the midst of the whites with green explosions. The crackle of wildfire lit the gloom, revealing a sea of ghastly faces contorted in death. Still they pressed forward, moaning and snarling as they pounded on the battered gate. One white scaled the wall near the breach, only to be shot in the face by Lullaby. It toppled back in a spray of blackened blood. Niall took aim at another that crawled up the splintered timbers, releasing a trembling arrow that grazed its neck. Orys, following his brother's move, struck the same white near the collarbone, sending it crashing backward into the writhing mass. The boys exchanged terrified yet triumphant glances. Then more undead replaced the ones that fell, climbing with relentless single-mindedness. A battered knight named Ringkeel roared for help as a cluster of whites pried apart the boards near the gate's base. Two defenders rushed in, stabbing through the gap. Screeches erupted as arms were severed, but the undead on the other side tore at the boards with claw-like fingers. Wood snapped, and the gate caved inward. Branwen surged forward, dagger flashing. Carhyle rammed her spear into the opening, skewering the first white that forced its way through. Its eye sockets gleamed with icy light before it collapsed. But the press of bodies behind it shoved the corpse inward, and soon more whites came bursting through the broken beams. The courtyard erupted in chaos again. The defenders threw torches and splashed wildfire, creating pockets of green flame. Whites shrank back from the fire, but only momentarily. Once the flames parted, they rushed forward, teeth snapping, weapons hacking. Screams filled the air as men and women were pulled down. The defenders tried to hold a line near the gate, but the tide threatened to spill around them. Gaiman, ignoring the pain in his ribs, led a desperate charge from the side, swinging his Valyrian sword in a deadly arc. Several whites were cleaved in half, dissolving into lumps. But Gaiman could not be everywhere at once. Hallis caught a blow from a white's sword on a wooden shield. The impact nearly knocked him off balance, but he gritted his teeth and shoved back, letting Niall pierce the creature's head with an arrow at point-blank range. The white twitched and fell. Nearby, Orys clutched a dagger, trembling violently, but managed to stab another that lunged at him. The stench of decaying bodies overwhelmed them all. Lullaby, her own quiver empty, fell back to a vantage point near the keep's entrance, snatching up a discarded spear from a fallen comrade. She hurled it at a white about to leap on Carhyle, pinning it through the spine. Carhyle shot her a grateful look. Above them, the wind increased, swirling snow in thick curtains. Flashes of lightning crossed the clouds, a strange phenomenon, perhaps conjured by the White Walkers. Thunder rumbled, an ominous sound that blended with the clash of battle. The defenders felt the cold intensify, biting through their clothes and armor. Long icicles formed along the shattered gates. Frost spread across the ground, making footwork treacherous. The courtyard became a seesaw of advantage. A cluster of defenders would repel a group of whites, only for more undead to flood in from another gap. The press of bodies, living and dead, spilled across the battered interior. Some managed to drag the wounded inside the keep's lower halls, barricading doors behind them. But those who stayed to fight were locked in a swirling melee. The repeated blasts of wildfire in the flickering torchlight cast everything in a sickly green glow, turning friend and foe alike into twisted silhouettes. Branwen lost track of time. He fought white after white, stabbing through skulls or hacking at limbs, not even certain how many he had killed. He saw Hallis pulled into a ring of whites at one point and lunged to save him, only to be intercepted by a skeletal monstrosity that nearly knocked the dagger from his hand. He parried frantically, smashing his fist into what remained of the white's face, then tore it apart with a savage thrust. Carhyle leapt onto another white, trying to drag Hallis into the fray, driving her spear through its spine. They hauled Hallis free, his arm was gashed open, but he could still stand. The three exchanged no words, only a determined nod, then pressed forward again. Through the tempest of carnage, something else moved, a figure taller and more commanding. At first, the defenders could not see it clearly. They caught glimpses of black armor wreathed in snow, of eyes glowing a fiercer blue than ordinary whites. Then a hush seemed to fall, as if the wind itself retreated in reverence. Branwen turned, blood pounding in his ears, and saw the Night King enter through the ruined gateway. He was not astride an undead dragon, as some stories had described in the past, but he moved with an otherworldly grace that made his presence somehow more alarming. His skin was pale, almost translucent, etched with runic patterns of ice. His crown of horns glimmered like frozen obsidian. He held a long spear of pale crystal, flecked with swirling frost. The whites seemed to part around him, as though compelled to give him space. The defenders nearby recoiled, an almost primal dread seizing them. Gaiman, struggling to stay upright, saw the dread figure and felt his throat close. Next to him, a young woman sobbed in terror, lifting a shaking torch as if it would do anything against such a being. Then, with a terrible inevitability, the Night King raised his spear and pointed it toward the defenders. An icy wind roared through the courtyard, swirling in a vortex around them. Torches guttered. One man fell to his knees, clawing at his throat as frost formed in his lungs. Another woman's sword hand froze to the hilt, forcing her to drop the weapon in pain. Branwen and Carhyle, standing at the edge of that vortex, braced themselves against the cutting gale, the cold slicing through every layer of clothing. Gaiman tried to raise the Valyrian steel sword, but the force of the wind shoved him backward. For a heartbeat, it seemed the fortress itself cried out, the stones groaning under the onslaught of the Night King's power. Then a twang sounded from above, a single arrow. Aladi stood on a small ledge near the keep's second-story window, her last dragonglass-dipped arrow nocked. She had waited for a clear shot, breathing through the swirl of snow. Now, with the Night King exposed, she released. The arrow streaked down at an angle meant for his heart. Yet, at the last moment, he lifted his spear almost lazily, and the projectile shattered against it in a burst of obsidian fragments. The blowback of magical energy knocked Aladi off her perch, and she crashed through the window, disappearing inside. A muffled scream followed, but whether she lived or died, no one in the courtyard could tell. The Night King's gaze lifted toward that broken window for a fraction of a second, then returned to the defenders. His face betrayed no emotion, no anger, no triumph, just a cold, inhuman stillness. He advanced another step, frost gathering under each footfall like a creeping plague. Whites rushed in behind him, surging forward as though their master's presence spurred them to greater frenzy. Branwen could barely hold his ground. All around, defenders either fell back or stood petrified by fear. Gaiman alone managed to limp forward, brandishing the Valyrian sword. A determined snarl twisted his lips, though blood ran from his temple. "Come on, then." Gaiman roared, though his voice cracked. "I'll not kneel to you." The Night King did not speak. He simply advanced, raising the spear again. The temperature around Gaiman dropped so quickly that ice crystals formed on his eyebrows. His breath hissed as he fought to stay upright. Then, in a fluid motion, the Night King swept his spear in a wide arc. Gaiman lunged to parry, steel clashing against the shimmering weapon. Frost exploded where the blade met the crystal. Gaiman stumbled from the sheer force. The Night King spun the spear, aiming for Gaiman's torso. Before it could strike, Carhyle leapt in from the side, thrusting her spear at the Night King's flank. It was just common steel, yet she aimed at a gap in his dark armor. The tip glanced off with a grating sound, sending vibrations up her arms. The Night King whirled on her, spear tip glinting with lethal promise. Carhyle gasped, backpedaling. Gaiman forced himself forward again, swinging the Valyrian steel blade at the Night King's head. The ancient being twisted aside with supernatural grace, his free hand snapping out to catch Gaiman by the wrist. In that instant, Gaiman's breath stalled as frost crawled from the Night King's grip onto the man's flesh. Ice locked around Gaiman's arm, cracking the bone. He screamed, dropping the sword. Branwen lunged. With every bit of courage he could muster, he thrust his Valyrian dagger at the Night King's side, hoping to exploit the same moment of distraction Carhyle had tried for. For the barest second, he thought he might land a blow. But the Night King's instincts were faster. He released Gaiman, pivoting to meet Branwen. An arm lashed out, striking Branwen's chest with bone-chilling force. Branwen flew backward as if slammed by a warhammer, crashing onto the ground with teeth-rattling impact. He fought to draw breath, the cold inside his lungs almost suffocating. Carhyle scrambled for Gaiman's dropped sword. She managed to grab its hilt, her heart pounding. The Night King turned his attention to her. Her grip nearly failed, it was as though the blade itself was resisting her, or maybe it was just the terror flooding her veins. She bit down on her fear and swung the sword in a sweeping arc. The Night King caught the blade on his spear. Sparks of ice erupted, swirling in a small blizzard around them. Carhyle snarled, pushing harder. For an instant, the blade inched closer to the Night King's helmet-like crown. His eyes narrowed. Then his cold hand clamped around the steel and a hairline fracture appeared along the sword's edge. With a flick of his wrist, he hurled Carhyle back, the force enough to fling the sword from her hand. She struck the ground, coughing violently as the prized Valyrian blade clanged away. Gaiman lay unconscious, or worse, where he'd fallen. Bramwin reeled on the icy ground, desperate to stand, chest aflame with pain. Everywhere, whites overran the defenders. The night was a cacophony of screams and steel. Green wildfire still burned in patches, illuminating the swirling snow with an eerie glow. Carhyle tried to crawl toward the lost sword, but the Night King stepped between her and the weapon, tall and regal like a frozen god. She looked up, eyes burning with defiance even though despair clawed at her heart. Suddenly, from the keep's interior, another sound broke through the chaos, a roar, raw with pain, echoing down the corridors. Aladi emerged, hobbling, her face cut and bleeding, but alive. In her hand, she carried a torch that flickered dangerously close to going out. She saw Carhyle pinned by the Night King's presence, saw Bramwin lying in agony, Gaiman immobile, Halleys and the boys fending off a swarm of whites in the far corner. Above all, she saw the icy monarch at the center of the carnage, the very source of this unending nightmare. She limped forward, face set in fierce resolve. She had no arrows left, no Valyrian steel. But strapped to her belt was a small cask of wildfire, one of the last they had. The Night King turned toward her, that cold, dead gaze falling upon the flicker of flame in her hand. His expression remained unreadable. He lifted his spear, perhaps to extinguish that torch with another blast of frost. Aladi clutched the cask, lips trembling in silent prayer to any god that might still be listening. Then, summoning the last of her strength, she lunged toward him, hurling the torch and the cask in a single motion. The cask shattered at his feet, green wildfire splashing across the snow. The torch followed, igniting a sudden, violent blaze. Green flames roared upward. Aladi flung herself aside, narrowly avoiding being consumed. Even the Night King took a step back, caught off guard by the explosion. Carhyle shielded her eyes from the intense glow, feeling the unnatural heat radiate against her face. Wildfire stuck to everything it touched, burning with a virulent fury. The Night King stood in the middle of the swirling green inferno, his black armor rimmed by emerald tongues. Frost fought flame in a volatile clash. Icy shards hissed and popped, trying to quell the fire that clung to his body. For a breathless second, it seemed he might be engulfed. Aladi struggled to keep her balance, shouting for the others to escape. But the Night King swept his spear around in a tight circle, conjuring a freezing wind so intense it threatened to snuff out the wildfire. Bits of flame sputtered and died. Where some of the green fire had latched onto his armor, it sizzled, and fragments of black plating cracked away. Beneath it, his pale flesh glowed with arcane sigils. The smell of burning ice, something beyond comprehension, filled the air. For a heartbeat, he seemed to waver, as if the intensity of the wildfire had harmed him more than any weapon so far. But still he did not fall. His expression remained an unreadable mask. Then the swirl of wind redoubled and the flames receded, leaving patches of scorched armor. Aladi stared, disbelieving, as he strode out of the fading green blaze. His steps faltered a fraction, but he continued forward, raising his spear again. In that moment, Carhyle spotted Gaiman's Valyrian sword a few yards away, half buried in slush near a collapsed section of wall. She lunged for it, ignoring the pain in her ribs. She grasped the hilt, struggling to lift it. It felt heavier than before. Maybe it was the cold or the draining sense of futility. Yet she forced her arms to move. The Night King advanced on Aladi, the spear tip leveled at her chest. Carhyle realized that if she didn't act now, Aladi would be impaled in seconds. Summoning everything in her, Carhyle attacked. She came in low, slashing at the Night King's flank. He pivoted slightly as though to intercept her blade with his spear. But the swirling smoke and green residue had momentarily obscured his vision, and her angle of approach was more desperate than elegant. The Valyrian steel scraped across his midsection, cutting deep. A thin line of pale fluid, something like frozen slush, spilled from the wound. For the first time, the Night King made a sound that could almost be interpreted as a hiss of pain. He swung his spear in retaliation, catching Carhyle across the chest. She flew backward, colliding with a heap of rubble. The sword clattered from her grasp again, landing just beyond her reach. Her vision blurred with agony, but she definitely cut him. A glimmer of savage triumph sparked in her mind. Alati, seizing the opening, grabbed a half-shattered spear from a fallen wight. It wasn't dragoglass or Valyrian steel, just ordinary wood and iron. But in that fleeting instant, she thrust it at the Night King's face, hoping to blind him. He batted it aside effortlessly, then seized Alati by the throat with a frostbitten hand. She choked, eyes wide, her lips going blue in seconds. The Night King lifted her off the ground, spear forgotten for the moment. Frost crept along Alati's skin, and she clawed at his wrist in futility. The living flame of her body heat was snuffed out, her breath vanishing in clouds of icy steam. A roar echoed across the courtyard. Branwen, staggering to his feet, had recovered his Valyrian dagger. He saw Alati's strangled form, saw the opening in the Night King's armor that Carhyle's slash had widened. Without hesitation, he rushed forward. The chaos of battle still raged, but in that pocket of swirling snow and sputtering green embers, his entire focus narrowed to the single point of saving Alati and striking a blow that mattered. The Night King's gaze shifted, a silent threat. In the monstrous hush of that moment, Branwen felt as if time slowed. He dove in low, dagger aimed for the tear in the Night King's breastplate, right where Carhyle's strike had opened him. The armor parted slightly under the force of Branwen's thrust. An unearthly wail tore through the air, echoing off the shattered walls. The Night King dropped Alati, who collapsed to the ground, gasping in ragged coughs. Shards of ice splintered outward from the dagger's entry point, fracturing along the pale flesh. Branwen twisted the blade, ignoring the searing cold that bit into his own hand. The Night King's eyes blazed with an unfathomable light, somewhere between fury and cosmic emptiness. For a heartbeat, Branwen feared it might still not be enough, that the dark magic animating this ancient being would simply shrug off even Valyrian steel. But the cracks widened across the Night King's torso, shimmering with a bluish glow. Then, with a sound like glaciers grinding together, his form began to collapse inward. His spear clattered onto the snow. Frost-laden air burst from the fissures in his flesh, swirling in ghostly patterns. Branwen stumbled back, ripping the dagger free. The Night King remained upright for another instant, his gaze locking onto Branwen as if memorizing the face of the one who dared strike him down. Then he shattered. Pieces of ice and armor rained onto the courtyard floor, dissolving into swirling snow almost as soon as they hit. A roar erupted around them as wights across the courtyard froze in place. Carhyle, gasping for breath against the rubble, looked around in awe. The undead twitched, staggering as though a binding cord had been cut. Some collapsed immediately, their glowing eyes extinguished. Others toppled in heaps, limbs flailing once before going still. Branwen fell to his knees, chest heaving, still clutching the dagger that had just ended the Night King. Alati lay on her side, gulping air, her neck white with frost but still alive. Carhyle watched the remains of the Night King's armor fade into a dusting of snow. At last, the unstoppable had been stopped. In the far corners of the fortress, the battle lurched to a halt. Defenders, expecting to be overrun, found themselves facing wights that no longer moved. Skeletal hands fell away from swords. Some undead collapsed mid-strike, leaving their would-be victims alive but quivering with shock. On the ramparts, watchers gaped in astonishment as ranks of wights outside the walls also dropped. The shrieks and moans of the undead died away, replaced by a stunned silence punctuated only by the crackle of lingering fires and the soft hiss of falling snow. Hallis, battered and bloody, looked around as a hush descended. Niall and Oris flanked him, shaking from head to toe, weapons raised. They lowered their bows with disbelief, gazing at the courtyard where the swirling wind now carried only the echoes of the Night King's final shriek. Gaiman, lying battered near the gate, stirred with a groan. The ice encasing his arm began to melt, though the pain remained. One of the defenders kneeling beside him gasped, "Gods, it's over." But was it truly over? Carhyle, painfully pushing herself to her feet, felt an immense weight lift from her chest. Yet she dared not assume that the entire legion across the land had perished. One single White Walker or the Night King's lieutenants might still remain. Still, for the moment, the fortress courtyard was a tableau of stillness. Where once a tide of wights had raged, only silent corpses lay. Branwen blinked, eyes full of tears he wasn't even aware he was shedding. He stared at the faint outline of the Night King's shattered remains, swiftly dispersing into the wind. Like a glimmer of ephemeral frost, it was gone. He turned to Alati, crawling to her side. She coughed, wincing as her throat throbbed, but she was alive. He gently pulled her up, hugging her as she shivered uncontrollably. She murmured something unintelligible, her voice a broken rasp. Carhyle limped over, relief plain on her bruised face. "He's gone," Carhyle breathed, not entirely believing her own words. "You did it." Her voice shook as sliding to the Valyrian dagger slick with the Night King's remnants. Bramwin shook his head weakly as though refusing to take full credit. We all did. He gently scooped an arm around Eladi's shoulders, supporting her weight. Carhyle looked around for Gaiman's sword, noticing it lay a short distance away. She retrieved it, the blade chipped from the earlier confrontation but still glinting with an uncanny dark sheen. Around them, defenders began to gather in clusters, confusion and cautious hope tangling on their expressions. Some knelt by fallen friends to see who still breathed. Others tested a limp White's arm, verifying it no longer responded. Halle's rushed over to check on Eladi, tears in his eyes. Niall and Oris trailed behind, both boys wide-eyed as though they had just witnessed the impossible. Even Gaiman managed to rise with help, though he cradled his ice-burned arm and half his face was bruised. For a long moment, they all stared at the remains of the battle. Dozens upon dozens of undead bodies lay inert, robbed of the animating force that had driven them. The unstoppable wave had been, at least in this corner of Westeros, truly stopped. Yet euphoria quickly gave way to uncertainty. The courtyard was strewn with the wounded and dying. Behind them, large sections of the fortress lay in ruin, the keep battered by blasts of frost and wildfire. There was no telling how many defenders remained in the final tally. And then came the question none dared ask, but which pressed on every mind: what happened to the rest of the Night King's army now that their king was gone? Gaiman's voice, raspy but insistent, rose above the hushed confusion. We need healers. And watchers. Don't let your guard down too far yet. This might not be done. Carhyle nodded, stepping into a leadership role without hesitation, directing those who could walk to tend the survivors. The rest gathered the wounded inside, applying whatever bandages remained. Senna staggered out from a corridor, her apron bloodstained, demanding help for a half-dozen men still clinging to life. Halle's rushed to comply, leading the boys behind him, both of whom looked unsure where to begin. Branwen, leaning on Carhyle, guided Eladi to the keep steps. She grimaced in pain, her breathing ragged, but insisted she could still stand guard if needed. Carhyle gently pushed her down to sit on a low stone. Let us look at your neck. If the Night King's frost had lasted any longer, she let the sentence hang, not wanting to say it. Bramwin pressed a cloak around Eladi's shoulders, trying to warm her. Is he truly gone? Eladi rasped, voice half-choked. Carhyle and Bramwin exchanged glances. A swirl of wind carried flakes of snow across the courtyard, scattering the last traces of the Night King's presence. Bramwin closed his eyes briefly, feeling the answering pang of finality in his gut. Yes, he murmured. We saw him shatter. Eladi's eyes brimmed with tears that could have been relief or shock. She hugged herself, trying to steady her trembling limbs. Bramwin and Carhyle stood by her, scanning the fortress. The moans of the dying and the crackle of lingering fire replaced the clamor of battle. It was a somber hush, accented by the distant weeping of men and women finding their friends or family members among the fallen. Ember, the horse, was still in a corner, mercifully unscathed. The creature's eyes rolled wildly, but it remained alive. As Carhyle's gaze passed across the half-smashed gates, a wave of grim satisfaction mingled with grief. They had lived through it. Yet so many had died. An hour later, the defenders had accounted for most of the survivors. Fewer than half remained, many gravely wounded. Berena, the old woman who had come begging for help, had not been found yet, which suggested she might be among the dead. Senna cursed at their lack of medical supplies, trying to calm those who screamed in agony. Gaiman stood near the gate, his battered body leaning against a broken pillar while Carhyle hammered boards to create a temporary barricade. She glanced back at him, uncertain if he'd survived the day given the damage to his arm and ribs. Yet in his eyes was a spark of pride. Bramwin and Eladi remained on the steps of the keep, huddled under furs as Eladi tried to thaw from the frost that had nearly ended her life. Bramwin stared at the dagger in his hand, its blade gleaming with an otherworldly sheen. The warmth of his own skin had melted the last traces of ice. He gripped it tighter, wrestling with his own disbelief. A simple dagger, albeit forged of Valyrian steel, had ended the Night King. But that blow would not have been possible without Carhyle's wounds to the armor, or Eladi's wildfire, or the hundreds who had fought and died to get him that moment. It was never just one man. It was everyone who had refused to yield. The knowledge felt heavy in his heart. Outside, the dawn light, such as it was in this perpetual gloom, began to strengthen. The storm clouds overhead drifted, revealing thin slivers of pale sky. For the first time in what felt like ages, the fierce wind died down, leaving a tentative stillness. The fortress's defenders looked upward as if collectively wondering if the cold might recede. But the air remained frigid and the ground stayed locked in snow and ice. The old sun, should it manage to peer through the haze, gave no immediate sign of banishing the winter's hold. Whatever enchantment had brought forth the long night was not going to vanish in a single morning. Still, there were subtle changes. The swirl of uncanny storms that often accompanied White Walkers seemed to have weakened. The snow fell less thickly, no longer whipped by an unnatural gale. Some claimed to feel a faint rise in temperature, though it might have been the rush of hope inflating their senses. Carhyle watched as a group of men tried to pry open the gates fully, pushing aside the corpses of wights that were still half-frozen in place. They managed eventually, revealing the snowy plain beyond. The undead that had once swarmed it were gone, dissolved into heaps of bone, or vanished with their master's demise. Outside the fortress walls, there was only emptiness. And possibility. Gaiman called for a council in the keep's hall once the bodies of the fallen had been gathered in rows. Despite the damage, the hall offered some shelter from the cold. Brannon and Elodie supported each other as they trudged inside, followed by Carhyle and Hallease. The boys, exhausted from shock, came too, though they looked ready to collapse. Senna and 2 other healers lingered near the wounded, leaving Gaiman, Carhyle, Branwen, and a handful of battered fighters to discuss what came next. Gaiman's arm was in a makeshift splint, and each breath he took rattled with suppressed pain. Yet his eyes remained steadfast. He cleared his throat and began quietly. "We've lost many, but we're still here. The Night King is gone. The whites in this region seem to have perished with him." He paused, glancing at Branwen. "You struck the blow, but we all owe you a debt. Without your courage and the rest of yours, we wouldn't be having this talk." Branwen shook his head. "We owe each other. But does this mean all the whites everywhere are gone? Or are there others? We've heard rumors of many White Walkers leading different armies." A bearded fighter named Tom, nursing a shattered wrist, spoke up. "Aye. The tales said the Night King commanded them all, but that he had generals. Will they vanish or keep fighting on?" Carhyle tapped her fingers on the chipped table. "In the old stories, when the first Night King was driven back, the others fled. But those legends never described what became of all the lesser walkers if their king was slain. Might be that the White Walkers, those who survived, still roam. Or perhaps they'll crumble like their master. We don't know." Niall and Oris, standing at the edge of the gathering, exchanged worried looks. Oris finally spoke in a timid voice. Does that mean the long night could end?" His brother swallowed hard, as though afraid to hope. Gaiman glanced at the high windows of the hall, half collapsed but letting in gray daylight. "We can't be sure. The cold is bound up in deep magic. But the source of it, or at least a great part, was the Night King. If he's truly gone, the weather might break eventually. Or maybe not. But either way, we need to see how far this victory extends. Are we alone in the Reach? Do we have neighbors who survived?" He coughed, wincing in pain, and nodded to Carhyle. "We should send out scouts." Carhyle shifted, her bandaged side aching from the blow she'd taken. "I'll go," she said. "But I'd need able bodies with me. And supplies. We'll check the nearest villages, see if the undead have truly fallen. If the roads are clear, perhaps we could push farther, maybe toward Highgarden, though gods know what state it's in. Or the Mander," Hallease added, still pale. "We might find more survivors along the river. People who fled the onslaught." Branwen looked from face to face. Everyone wore exhaustion like a cloak. Bloodstains, sit and be. Andiots. Some eyes gleamed with the faint stirrings of hope. Others showed only the numbness of loss. He recalled how not so long ago, he was one of a handful of refugees stumbling through the snow, uncertain whether anything mattered in a realm swallowed by the undead. Now, impossibly, they had toppled the very heart of that darkness. It felt like standing on a precarious ledge between despair and a new beginning. "All right," Gaiman said quietly, drawing them back. "We'll gather a small scouting band. Carhyle, Branwen, and whoever else can ride or walk. We'll see what's beyond these walls. The rest of us will tend the wounded, bury the dead, and start salvaging supplies for the future. If the entire realm is free of whites now, we must find each other and rebuild. If not, then we still fight." That final sentence hung in the cold air. Even the youngest among them nodded with the grim acceptance that had become second nature. This was a land where the living had learned to expect no easy answers. They would face whatever remained with the same determination that had gotten them this far. Within a day, after minimal rest, Carhyle led a scouting party out of the fortress. Branwen went with her, though Elodie stayed behind to recover, her windpipe too damaged to ride. She insisted she'd be ready for the next foray, once she could breathe without pain. Branwen, unsettled by leaving her side, at least took comfort in the fact that Hallease and Gaiman would protect her. Niall and Oris asked to come, but Carhyle gently refused. They were simply too young and too traumatized. Still, the boys tried to hide their disappointment, wanting to be part of every bold step in this new world. So, on a cold morning under a sky that no longer howled with unnatural storms, Carhyle's band, consisting of 5 members total, passed through the sundered gates. They rode Ember and 2 other horses that had miraculously survived. Another pair of defenders trudged on foot, carrying spears. The plan was to check the immediate surroundings first, see if any whites still roamed. They found none, only snowdrifts and the corpses of the undead left behind. Further out, they encountered small homesteads where whites had once lurked, now eerily still. Sometimes they discovered lumps of rotting bodies in the fields, lumps that had previously moved with uncanny life but now lay inert. Once or twice they heard a distant cry and found half-frozen peasants who had hidden in cellars, trembling and half-starved, uncertain if they dared emerge after hearing the fighting. Carhyle and Branwen reassured them the Night King was dead. Whether these survivors truly believed them or not, they followed the scouting party back to the fortress, tears streaming as they glimpsed a place of safety at last. Over the next few days, Carhyle expanded her search outward in cautious sweeps. Each time, she found more evidence that the whites had collapsed wherever they stood. Old skeletons in patchwork armor, corpses of animals, half-frozen abominations that no longer twitched. There were also signs of carnage, fields littered with bodies, shattered keeps with gates flung wide, the aftermath of months or years of unstoppable conquest. Now, under a sky that threatened to clear, all that remained was the silence of a land in shock. The unnatural storms had diminished to more typical winter squalls, though the air remained bitterly cold. On the 4th day of scouting, the party reached the outskirts of what was once a major thoroughfare toward Highgarden. The old Tyrell seat had been rumored to fall early in the Night King's campaign after the devastation at Winterfell. Branwen felt a pang in his chest. He remembered hearing stories that the rose banners of Highgarden, once symbolizing chivalry and plenty, had been defiled by the White Walkers. Now the banners were likely rotted into the snow. They pressed on through the deserted farmland, passing orchard trees whose branches were snapped under the weight of ice. In some places, the snow had melted slightly, revealing patches of black, dead grass. The partial thaw gave them reason for cautious optimism. When they finally glimpsed Highgarden's walls on the horizon, what they saw was heartbreak. Towers crumbled, ramparts collapsed, and the famous gardens were buried under drifts. The wide moat was frozen solid, bridged by a tangle of debris. No signs of movement were apparent. Carhyle halted the group, scanning the scene. If any living souls remained inside, they did not reveal themselves. The group approached slowly, calling out greetings. Only an echo replied. Still, they dared to cross the Shattergate. Inside, Highgarden looked like a husk, a once glorious castle reduced to a maze of rubble. The great halls were open to the elements, their roofs collapsed under the weight of long, brutal winters. Ice coated the walls, the tapestries, the floors. A few white corpses littered the courtyard, contorted into final positions. No living beings emerged to greet them. They split up to search for survivors. Bramlin stepped into what had once been a corridor lined with bright banners and mosaics, guided by the faint hope of finding someone alive. His footsteps echoed. The silence weighed heavily, reminding him of Winterfell's fall. In a side chamber, he found an old crest from House Tyrell, a golden rose entwined with vines, lying half-submerged in ice. He remembered how once the Reach had been called the breadbasket of Westeros, a land of bounty and warmth. Now all that remained was a monument to how quickly everything could be erased. Carhyle emerged from a corridor, shaking her head. No one. In a back courtyard, they discovered the remains of what might have been a stand of weirwood saplings, planted as an homage to the North generations ago. The saplings were dead, entombed in ice. A sorrowful hush settled on the scouting party. Even though they had accomplished the impossible, slaying the Night King, the cost was undeniable. Bramwen felt anger simmer behind his grief. So much had been lost, perhaps irrecoverably. They continued exploring. In a half-collapsed stable, they found the carcasses of horses. A battered shield with the Tyrell rose lay propped against a post. One of Carhyle's companions, a middle-aged man named Eston, sighed heavily, picking up the shield. I used to dream of pledging myself to the Tyrells, he murmured. Was a stable boy here, once. I guess I got my wish to come home. He placed the shield back down with reverence. Eventually, they decided to leave Highgarden behind. It offered little in the way of shelter or supplies. The castle well was frozen, the storerooms ransacked. No farmland could be cultivated until the ground thawed, and that might take months, even years. They rode away, returning toward the fortress, uncertain what to feel. The sight of the Tyrell seat in such a state underlined the scale of destruction that had ravaged the Seven Kingdoms. The Night King was gone, but was the kingdom he had conquered too broken to recover? Back at the fortress, Gaiman and the others continued efforts to tend the injured. Aladi's voice improved slowly as her frostbitten neck healed. Each day, more survivors trickled in, folk who ventured from hiding after noticing that the whites no longer moved. Some arrived on ragged horses, others on foot, telling harrowing tales of close escapes. All reported the same phenomenon: the undead had abruptly collapsed some days ago. Word spread like wildfire that the Night King was dead, his armies crumbled. Those who had heard the rumor from a friend of a friend were drawn to the fortress, hoping for protection. Soon the courtyard bustled with new faces, though resources remained desperately thin. Gaiman and Carhyle organized hunts, searching for any game that might have survived. The woods had been silent before, but now faint signs of life emerged: an emaciated deer here, a scattering of birds there. The world was still cold, but it breathed again. One morning, a group of Dornish refugees arrived, led by a wiry woman with sunken cheeks who said she had once fought alongside House Martell in a final stand near the Red Mountains. She recounted how the whites in Dorne had simply collapsed, leaving behind a trail of frozen bodies. She had traveled north, uncertain where else to go, until she met others who mentioned a fortress of living souls. With her arrival, and that of similar bands from the Stormlands, the fortress population swelled to nearly 200. Not all were fighters, and many were ill or wounded. But day by day, the sense of isolation lifted. The word on everyone's lips was hope, a word that had been almost forbidden for so long. Branwen spent his days helping with repairs. He hammered boards, cleared rubble, and tried to restore the keep's roof so that the main hall wouldn't be fully open to the elements. Each time he saw Aladi, she mustered a small smile, though her skin remained pale from her brush with death. She was determined to regain her strength, practicing archery with a half-drawn bow so as not to strain her throat. Carhyle became a de facto commander, organizing patrols and rationing. Gaiman, though he still struggled with his injuries, offered counsel and helped coordinate with other pockets of survivors they heard about. Halleys took over much of the day-to-day logistics, aided by Niall and Oris, who no longer flinched at the sight of a battered fortress. They had grown up abruptly and learned how to carry messages, count supplies, console the frightened. News trickled in from far-flung areas. Not all White Walkers had died instantly, it seemed. Some had retreated or wandered aimlessly without the Night King's direct command. But these surviving walkers were fewer and more scattered, lacking the overwhelming coordination that once battered Westeros. Many whites had collapsed completely, presumably those directly linked to the Night King. Others roamed in confusion until driven off or destroyed by armed survivors. Stories circulated of a Targaryen loyalist band near the Blackwater, claiming one last dragon egg had survived. Another rumor said the Vale was still sealed off by avalanches, with a handful of knights patrolling the Ares Heights. Each rumor brought new fervor to the question. Could Westeros truly rebuild? Spring was still far away, if it existed at all. The unnatural winter had lasted too long, and it was uncertain how the seasons would correct themselves. Some maesters, if any were still alive, might have an explanation. For now, the people living in the fortress concentrated on immediate survival. They rationed what little food they had, planned careful hunts in the slowly awakening forests, and started to plant seeds in greenhouses rigged from old glass. A precarious existence, but it was a future, and that was more than most had dared imagine. Eventually, Carhyle and Gaiman decided on a major expedition south, hoping to link up with other enclaves. Over the course of a few weeks, they built sleds for those unable to walk, forged crude but serviceable weapons in case any stray whites or renegade bands appeared, and gathered enough supplies for a trek. Not everyone would leave the fortress. Some would remain to keep it as a stronghold for travelers. But many believed that a journey toward the coasts, or even across to Dorne, might reveal more stable land or older stockpiles of food. The Night King was no longer the obstacle. Now it was the ravaged state of the realm itself. Branwen found himself torn. He had grown attached to the fortress, to the sense of belonging forged by shared survival. but Elodie expressed a desire to see if King's Landing still stood. She admitted it might be in ruins, but she wanted to know if the capital harbored any living souls or salvageable libraries. Something in her yearned to gather knowledge from the ashes, to remember what was lost and guide what could be rebuilt. Carhyle, on the other hand, leaned toward heading east, along the Mander, then turning for the Stormlands. Both paths carried immense risk. One night, seated around the hearth in the keep's main hall, Elodie, Branwen, Carhyle, and Hallie spoke in hushed tones about the future. Niall and Oris were asleep in a corner, lulled by the warmth. Gaiman had retired early, his pain flaring with the cold. A fresh wind battered the walls outside, though not as ferocious as those conjured by the Night King. They sipped thin broth and shared what little bread had been baked from carefully hoarded flour. "I keep thinking about Winterfell," Branwen said softly, staring into the flames. "We lost so many there. And yet, if I hadn't survived, I wouldn't be here. Wouldn't have met you. Wouldn't have fought to kill that monster." He shook his head, feeling a mix of sorrow and gratitude. If the White Walkers remain scattered, maybe the North can be reclaimed too, in time. Carhyle snorted. "That's a thought. The stories say half the North was turned into a glacier. Even if the White Walkers are gone, it'll take a miracle for the snow to melt enough for farmland." She absently ran her finger along the rim of her cup. "But you're right. The impossibles happened once. Maybe it can happen again." Elodie coughed lightly, her neck still wrapped in a scarf. "I feel like I owe it to the dead to try and record what happened, so we don't forget. There was so much knowledge at the Citadel, so many scrolls. If any survived, it might guide us. Or perhaps somewhere in King's Landing's libraries or the old Red Keep, we'll find records on how to heal the land." She gave a small, wistful smile. "Or maybe it's just a foolish dream." Hallie's reached over and gave her hand a squeeze. "It isn't foolish. We need more than swords if we're to rebuild. We need history, knowledge, all the things that define a realm." He nodded to Carhyle. "And we need explorers and defenders like you to make sure we live long enough to use that knowledge." Carhyle raised an eyebrow. "I never thought of myself as anything but a survivor. But maybe that's how it starts. Surviving, then building." She exhaled, scanning the flickering shadows. "We can't expect to repair everything in a year. The crops, the weather, it'll be a mess. But if the dead are truly undone, that's a chance. I'll take a slim chance over none." By the time the fire burned low, they had reached a tentative consensus. Elodie and Branwen would set off for King's Landing once the main expedition moved south, while Carhyle would travel with Gaiman's group toward the Stormlands and Dorne to unite with whomever they found. Hallie's and the boys would remain in the fortress for now, ensuring a stable refuge for any more wanderers. When conditions improved, they might journey further or rejoin the others. It was a plan made with the understanding that the realm was vast, battered, and unpredictable. But at least it was a plan. The next few days brought small signs that winter's iron grip might be loosening. The sun peeked through the clouds more often. Icicles dripped on the ramparts, forming small puddles. No one dared call it spring, but there was a subtle change in the air, as though the land, long strangled by dark magic, could finally breathe. Some of the children squealed in delight when they saw the faint trickle of water in the courtyard. Of course, nights remained brutally cold, and storms still swept in at times, but the intangible aura of malevolence that had once accompanied every gust was gone. Soon, the day of departure arrived. 3 sleds, each loaded with supplies and pulled by meager horses, lined up in the courtyard. Gaiman sat atop one, his arm bound in splints. He wore battered mail and clutched the Valyrian sword that had once belonged to a nameless lord. Another 40 or so men and women would follow, half on foot, half on what beasts could be mustered. They planned to journey down the Mander, crossing into the Stormlands if possible, establishing alliances along the way. Carhyle kissed Elodie's cheek in farewell, embraced Branwen, then took her place near Gaiman's sled. She had a new spear at her side. Both parted ways with Hallie's, Niall, and Oris, exchanging promises to return or meet again. The boys tried to appear brave, though tears glistened on their cheeks. Hallie's set his jaw, determined to keep the fortress standing as a beacon of hope. Elodie and Branwen stood together, watching the expedition depart through the half-repaired gates. Each wave from their friends felt like the closing of one chapter and the opening of another. Once the column vanished into the snowy distance, Elodie turned to Branwen. Her voice rasped, but a flame of determination lit her eyes. We should leave soon too, if we want to make King's Landing before any thaw floods the roads. Branwen nodded, though apprehension twisted his stomach. King's Landing had been rumored lost long ago, its populace devoured by the Night King's legion. Some stories suggested the Red Keep had withstood for a time under Cersei Lannister, but that was years prior to the final confrontation in the north. Others said Daenerys Targaryen had burned the capital in a desperate attempt to halt the Whites. The truth was muddled, lost in the chaos. Branwen couldn't fathom what they would find there, if anything, but he also knew how fiercely Lullaby wanted to discover any surviving records. The city had once been the heart of Westeros, seat of the Iron Throne. If they were truly to rebuild, it might begin with uncovering what was left in that seat of power. Over the following week, they prepared. Lullaby's throat continued to mend. She regained enough voice to speak without wincing. Branwen mended harnesses for Ember, who seemed to sense that another journey loomed. They bartered with Halleys for dried food, took spare cloaks from the fortress's meager supplies, and shaped fresh arrowheads from the last lumps of dragonglass in storage. At night, they joined the communal fires, listening to news from travelers. Some said the snows receded faster near the coast, while others insisted that entire stretches of land remained impassable under ice. No one could speak with certainty. Despite the tension, there was an undercurrent of excitement. The idea that the living could travel freely, unburdened by roving Whites, was a marvel still sinking in. Finally, on a morning that dawned with pale sunlight, Branwen and Lullaby said their farewells. Niall and Orys hugged them tightly, tears threatening to spill. Halleys patted Ember's flank, murmuring thanks for surviving all this while. A small group of survivors gathered in the courtyard to watch them depart, offering quiet well wishes. The fortress gate stood open, letting in a cold breeze, though not as bitter as before. Lullaby paused, resting a hand on Branwen's arm. "Ready?" He gave a slight nod, ignoring the flutter in his chest. "As I'll ever be." They mounted Ember, who snorted and pawed the snow, eager or nervous at the prospect of travel. The watchers parted, and the horse stepped forward. Halleys called out, "May the gods watch over you, and if you see a better land out there, let us know." Branwen raised a hand in acknowledgement, and together, he and Lullaby rode away. The fortress, once a bastion of desperation, receded behind them like a final anchor loosening. They followed the same path Carhyle had initially taken to lead them to safety, now well-trodden by the many comings and goings of the last few weeks. The roads were quieter than they had been in all their previous travels. No hordes of undead, no sign of White Walkers, only the hush of a realm emerging from a nightmare. Still, the signs of devastation were everywhere. Burned-out villages, collapsed bridges, farmland that lay frozen and dead. Occasionally they passed a rotting wagon or a scat, airing of human bones in a ditch, grim reminders of how total the Night King's conquest had been. Yet they also glimpsed faint glimmers of renewal. A stray raven perched on a fence post, cawing. A fox darted across their path, lean but alive. The chill wind felt more natural, no longer laced with the oppressive force of sorcery. They traveled cautiously, skirting major roads when possible, mindful that not every threat had disappeared. Bandits still roamed, driven to desperation by hunger. And there was always the risk of a stray White Walker or Whites not tied closely to the Night King. But the deeper they ventured into the Crownlands, the more they sensed a slow stirring. The snow, while still thick, showed signs of melting in patches. Streams trickled beneath sheets of ice. Where the land sloped southward, the drifts receded faster, revealing muddy ground. They navigated the remains of a highway that once connected the Reach to King's Landing, passing the ruins of an inn whose sign was battered beyond recognition. Night fell early, as always in this lingering winter, forcing them to make camp in whatever sheltered spot they could find. Lullaby insisted on rising early each morning to press on, her impatience to reach the capital growing. Branwen fretted about her health, noting how she sometimes rubbed her throat, but she assured him she was better each day. He believed her, though each cough made him wince in sympathy. On the 6th day of travel, they spotted an old holdfast perched on a low hill burned black. Columns of smoke had once poured from it, but that had clearly been months or years ago. They avoided it, suspecting it might hold nothing but ghosts. Instead, they made camp by a partially frozen stream. As they gathered dead wood for a fire, Alati paused, scanning the horizon. "Do you see that?" she murmured, pointing east. Branwen squinted. There, beyond a ridge, a faint glow lit the sky, flickering like reflected fire. They moved closer, climbing the ridge on foot while Ember waited below. When they reached the crest, they looked down on a wide valley where some structure had burned so fiercely that the snow around it had melted. Even from a distance, they could see embers glowing in the twilight. Alati frowned. "Recently burned," she whispered. "But who would do that? And why?" Branwen noted footprints in the snow leading away from the smoldering site, though they were too far to make out details. "Might be raiders or survivors from somewhere else," he said grimly. "We should be careful." They crept down to investigate. The destruction was extensive. What had once been a large barn, and perhaps a storehouse, now reduced to a heap of ash. The fire was nearly out, but the heat still radiated from charred timbers. Branwen's heart sank at the sight of human remains twisted in the debris, as though people had been trapped inside. Alati crouched nearby, eyes reflecting the dying flames. "This wasn't an accident," she murmured, pointing to footprints and a discarded blade in the snow. "Looks like a fight. Bodies inside. Maybe they were locked in and burned." A tremor passed through her voice, a reminder that not all evil died with the Night King. Bramman bowed his head, cursing softly. They had come so far only to discover that men could be as cruel as the dead. As if to confirm the worst, they found a set of small footprints leading away, perhaps those of a child. At the edge of the barn's clearing, they discovered a frozen corpse, a young boy, arrow in his back. Alati pressed a hand to her mouth, blinking tears. "We're not done fighting," she whispered. They left the site in somber silence, more alert for danger. That night, they slept lightly, taking turns to keep watch. It was a grim reminder that the end of the Night King's reign did not guarantee peace. Grief, desperation, and cruelty lingered in a ravaged land. Still, Alati's resolve to reach the capital remained unshaken. "If there's any chance we can help restore order or gather knowledge that might prevent such horror, we must try," she said softly. Brannon agreed, though a knot of dread coiled in his stomach. In all their journeying across the war-torn realm, this particular atrocity felt even more senseless. Perhaps it was because they no longer had the whites to blame. This was purely human malice. It left them both uneasy about what they might find in King's Landing, a city known for its politics and corruption even before the undead came. The days passed in a bleak pattern: travel, scavenge what they could, avoid suspicious movements in the distance, rest at night. Gradually, the landscape shifted to reflect the outskirts of the Crownlands. Old signs marked turns toward Rosby, Duskendale, or Hayford, all battered, many unreadable. Snow still covered most of the fields, but drifts were smaller, and occasional glimpses of muddy ground gave the area a patchy, forlorn look. Rivers, once thoroughly frozen, began to crack, water flowing beneath the surface. Here and there, they saw clusters of crows picking at remains. The faint tang of salt air drifted in from Blackwater Bay, though the breeze was cold enough to sting their eyes. At length, they reached a vantage point overlooking the approach to King's Landing. What they saw caused Alati to gasp. The city's massive walls stood under a sheen of frost, battered by war and time, but still recognizable. Towers jutted into the sky, some collapsed, some intact. The sprawl of the city behind those walls was difficult to discern from a distance. Much of it was draped in snow or enveloped in lingering mist from the bay. Smoke did not rise from the chimneys in any great measure. The waters of Blackwater Bay looked half-frozen near the shoreline, with ice floes drifting offshore. Yet the most striking image was the Red Keep perched at the city's easternmost point, once a proud bastion of royal power, now dark and ominous. Parts of its walls had crumbled away, as though blasted by dragon fire or hammered by siege engines. No banners flew. No ships dotted the harbor. They exchanged glances. Alati's expression was solemn, but she squared her shoulders. "Let's go," she said, urging Ember forward. The horse snorted, carefully picking its way down the slope. Branwen followed, his hand near his dagger. This close to King's Landing, they had to be ready for anything. If bandits roamed, or if a lesser White Walker lingered, or if lawless survivors had made the city their den, they might not welcome strangers. The gates of King's Landing were open, one door hanging askew. No guards manned the ramparts. A chill wind swept through the arched entrance, carrying the faint stench of decay. Branwen and Elodie stepped inside, leading Ember by the reins. Streets once teeming with life were largely empty. Buildings collapsed or gutted by fire. Drifts of snow filled corners and alleyways. Skeletal remains lay scattered, some with scraps of clothing that hinted at wealth or poverty. Here a ragged cloak, there a half-burnt gown. They advanced slowly, calling out for any survivors. Their voices echoed eerily, unanswered. In the distance, they caught glimpses of movement. A stray dog, gaunt and feral, darting between shadows. The stench grew stronger as they penetrated deeper into the city's heart, passing the ruins of Flea Bottom. Many structures had simply caved in under the weight of unrelenting winter. Some had collapsed from older battles, broken timbers still bearing scorch marks. Everywhere there was silence, the ghost of the city that had once shaped the fate of the realm. Approaching the Red Keep, they felt the weight of centuries pressing down on them. Elodie dismounted, leading Ember through the gates that were twisted off their hinges. She gazed up at the scorched walls, remembering stories of Daenerys Targaryen's conquest of the city, of the Iron Throne that once sat inside. Now it was all a burned husk. The courtyard within was littered with rubble, partially cleared by some long-ago hand. A few broken catapults and ballistae suggested a desperate defense had taken place. Perhaps the last stand of the city's defenders, or even the last attempt of the living to hold off the dead. They left Ember tethered near an archway, scanning for any immediate threats. The keep itself was half-collapsed. Following a corridor that had once been stately, they navigated piles of fallen stone, battered tapestries, and cracked tiles. The hush was profound. Eventually, they found a large hall that might have once been the throne room. Its roof had caved in near the center, letting in a shaft of pale light. That light fell upon the silhouette of the Iron Throne, or what remained of it. Elodie approached gingerly, eyes wide. The once fearsome seat of swords had been partially melted, its twisted metal further corroded by frost. Snow drifted across its jagged edges, giving it a hollow, haunted look. Branwen felt a chill unrelated to the temperature. The throne, once a symbol of power and tyranny, now an empty relic in a dead city. He circled around, half expecting to see wights lurking behind the pillars. But there was no sign of movement. Elodie rested a gloved hand on the scorched metal, flinching at the cold. All the wars fought for this, she whispered, glancing at Branwen. All the blood spilled. And now she gestured to the emptiness. The unspoken question hovered, was there anything left of a realm that once revered this seat above all else? They turned to search the keep for records. Elodie guided him toward a corridor rumored to lead to the Royal Library, a small collection aside from the more extensive library in the Red Keep's deeper levels. Much of it had caved in, the ceiling collapsed under blasts of dragonfire or siege. They picked through debris, discovering scattered books. Most were ruined by damp and cold. A few survived, their spines intact. Elodie's eyes shone as she gently gathered a handful of volumes, a partial history of House Targaryen, a treatise on the lineage of lords, a text on horticulture from the Reach. She clutched them as though they were treasure. They ventured further, rummaging in side rooms. They found dust-coated shelves, collapsed desks. In one chamber, the rotting remains of a man who had apparently barricaded himself in among old scrolls. No wight stirred. Indeed, the entire keep seemed deserted, yet overshadowed by the sense that once unimaginable horrors had taken place here. Broken windows let in icy drafts, stirring scraps of paper. Elodie sorted through them, her heart heavy. Many were unreadable, ink smeared, or pages torn. Still, she gathered anything that might hold knowledge. At last, as dusk settled through the broken roof, they returned to the throne room. Branwen made a small fire from broken furniture to keep them warm. The flickering light played across the melted swords of the Iron Throne, casting eerie shadows. Elodie sat with her small cache of rescued volumes, each telling a fragment of a tale about the world before the Night King. Branwen watched her, leaning against a fallen pillar. In the gloom, he could almost imagine the ghosts of courtiers and kings drifting past, each vying for power in a land that no longer recognized their reign. What do we do now? Elodie finally asked, setting a singed book aside. Her voice reverberated softly in the forlorn chamber. Bran thought of their companions at the fortress, of Gaiman's expedition, of Carhyle forging alliances somewhere in the Stormlands, of Hally's and the children waiting for word. He thought of the entire realm, freed from the tyranny of the undead but still grappling with ruin. "We help rebuild," he murmured. "Or at least, we gather what we can, knowledge, people, seeds, and try to plant hope again. One day, maybe the city won't be a graveyard. Maybe children will run through these halls without fear." Aladi's mouth curved into a sad but genuine smile. "Yes," she said. "That's what we'll do." She stared at the battered throne for a long moment, as if expecting it to speak, to answer for all the chaos it had presided over. But of course, it remained silent, a twisted relic. They stayed in that hall through the bitter night, stoking their makeshift fire. Outside, the wind whistled against the broken towers of King's Landing. In the quiet hours, Aladi dozed, her head resting on a bundle of salvaged texts. Bran stood guard, dagger on his belt, listening to the emptiness. He closed his eyes, recalling the final scream of the Night King. The memory still felt unreal. Somehow, after all the armies, after all the prophecies, it had come down to a handful of ordinary survivors in a ruined fortress. Morning arrived, gray light filtering through the collapsed roof, illuminating motes of dust. Aladi roused, coughing a little but appearing determined. They packed up their finds, quenching the embers of their fire, preparing to leave. Before stepping away from the throne, Aladi paused. She pressed a palm against the melted metal once more and whispered, "We won't repeat the old mistakes." Bran nodded, leading the way outside. Ember greeted them with a snort from the courtyard, stamping impatiently. It was time to go. They mounted up, guiding the horse through the deserted streets. As they emerged onto the main road leading away from King's Landing, they gazed back at the toppled spires, the battered walls. The city had endured countless rulers, survived wars, revolts, and dragon fire, only to fall at last to an endless winter. Yet even winter could end, given enough time. They traveled back westward, passing through the gate in reverse. This time, a faint new breeze stirred the air. The snow underfoot was softer, partially melted into slush. Beyond the city, the sun broke through the clouds for a moment, a pale disk in a milky sky. Aladi blinked at it, tears in her eyes. Bran placed a hand over hers. The taste of a future hovered on that breeze, carrying the first hints of a thaw. For a while, neither spoke. They guided Ember along a half-buried road, navigating around rubble and fallen wagons. Slowly, the city vanished behind them. In the distance ahead lay farmland that might one day be green again. They didn't know if it would be a year, a decade, or a generation before full spring returned. But they traveled forward, side by side, as two people who had walked through the darkest night and emerged into a dawn of uncertain promise. And so they rode, the hush of a realm in slow recovery spreading around them. Perhaps the road would lead them eventually to the fortress where Hally's and the children waited. Perhaps they would cross paths with Gaiman's expedition. Perhaps further south, Carhyle and others would find pockets of life, forging new bonds. The scars of the long night would remain in the land and in their hearts. But the Night King's reign was ended. The White Walkers were scattered. The fierce storms of ice magic no longer held dominion. In the years to come, songs would speak of how the North fell and rose again in memory, of how Winterfell collapsed and how the last free folk huddled in pockets of wild land. Minstrels would spin tales of the final confrontation in a nameless fortress along the Mander where a handful of survivors felled the Night King. Some would doubt it, suspecting myth. Others would claim the victory belonged to prophecy. Yet the truth, as always, belonged to those who had been there, ordinary souls forging a flicker of unity against an eternal dark. House names and crowns no longer defined them. They were simply the living, defying the cold of death. By midday, Bran and Aladi reached a fork in the road. One path led toward the old Rose Road, another veered east around the Blackwater. Snowmelt trickled in ruts along the ground. They stopped, glancing around. Overhead, clouds parted, releasing a thin shaft of sunlight that warmed their faces. Aladi's grip on the reins tightened, hope flaring in her gaze. "Which way?" she asked softly. Bran took a slow breath, scanning the open land. "Whichever way leads us closer to rebuilding," he replied. In that simple statement, he captured the spirit that had pushed them onward since the day they fled Winterfell. If the living stood together, if they remembered the cost of conflict, perhaps a new chapter could be written, one that honored the dead by caring for the future. They spurred Ember forward, leaving footprints in the damp snow. Ahead lay miles of devastation, but also the seeds of renewal. Each step away from the ruin of King's Landing was a step toward a fragile, precious dawn that no Night King could steal from them again. Shadows elongated under the angled sun, but the warmth was real on their cloaks and the road was theirs to take. In that silent, ravaged world, they carried within them the promise that life, once nearly snuffed out, still had the power to persist. A promise that, perhaps, the 7 kingdoms, conquered and shattered, would one day blossom into something new under a sky free of endless winter. End. You said. Continue. 6,500 words ensure lore accuracy and attention to detail, no subtitles. ChatGPT said. Reason for 14 seconds. They turned left at the fork, skirting the blackened remains of a solitary windmill that had long ago been claimed by fire. The road, if it could still be called that, wandered through meager farmland, or what once had been farmland, now a sprawl of patchy, half-frozen fields. Puddles had begun to form in the depressions where the snow receded, each reflecting the overcast sky. Though the morning was cold, a subtle promise of thaw hovered in the air, a faint tremor that hinted at the realm's slow awakening from its long nightmare. Aladi sat astride Ember, a weary but steady companion. Branwen walked alongside, letting his legs warm in the motion. He carried the Valyrian steel dagger at his hip, the one that had ended the Night King. If not for the weight of that memory, he would have doubted his own role in slaying such a being, for the entire affair still felt more dream than truth. But with each step, the blade's hilt bumped against his side, a sobering reminder. Aladi noticed him touch the dagger once or twice, and she offered a small, understanding smile. Neither said anything. They both knew the burden of that act would linger for the rest of Branwen's days. They traveled for hours, seeing only crows and the occasional feral dog prowling near collapsed huts. Sometimes they found skeletal wights, lifeless and partially buried, or rotting corpses of dead horses that had once pulled supply carts. Only the wind accompanied them, stirring the wet hush of the land. Here and there, shallow footprints suggested a scattering of human survivors had passed through before, perhaps weeks earlier. Yet they encountered no one living. By midday, a light drizzle replaced the snowfall. Aladi drew her cloak tighter, mindful of the lingering rawness in her throat. Though her voice had improved, talking for too long still pained her. The rope harness that tied Ember's saddle was frayed, so Branwen paused to refasten it. In that lull, they both turned their eyes toward a silhouette on the horizon. A crumbling holdfast perched on a slight hill. It was smaller than any true castle, little more than a stone tower ringed by a low wall. The place might be deserted, or it might shelter bandits. After the burned barn they had discovered, neither was eager to risk another run-in with cruel remnants of humanity. Yet a roof over their heads sounded better than a damp campsite. Aladi's cough had subsided, but the damp chill could easily bring it roaring back. They approached carefully, Aladi ready with her bow. Only 6 arrows remained in her quiver, and Branwen with his dagger low. Oath in its sheath. The holdfast gate hung ajar, revealing an interior courtyard that seemed empty. They saw no smoke, no signs of recent habitation. Puddles glimmered on the flagstones. An old well stood in one corner, flanked by a broken cart. Beyond, the tower rose in stoic silence. They paused at the threshold. Branwen called out, "Hello? Any survivors?" His voice echoed. No reply. Ember snorted. Aladi signaled for caution, so they dismounted and moved in on foot, scanning every cranny. The courtyard reeked faintly of mildew and old ash. Splintered doors led into the tower's ground level, so they ventured inside, hearts pounding. The passageway smelled of rot, but they found no bodies, only the remnants of a common hall that had partially collapsed. Daylight seeped through cracks in the ceiling. A table lay on its side, crushed beneath fallen beams. The entire holdfast felt like it had been abandoned for months. Aladi exhaled, relief and disappointment mingling. "It's safer than sleeping under the sky," she said, voice rasping but audible. Branwen nodded. He helped her clear some rubble near a dry corner of the hall so they could make a small fire. Ember they tethered beneath what remained of a wooden canopy near the courtyard, giving the horse a bit of crumbly feed from their saddlebags. The poor beast whickered gently, grateful to be out of the rain. Though the building was dreary and half-ruined, it seemed to them a veritable sanctuary. Aladi shed her damp cloak, wringing out the edges. Branwen gathered broken chair legs and snapped beams, arranging them in a crude pile for kindling. A single spark from his flint lit the tinder. Soon, a wavering flame cast shifting shadows on the mossy stone walls. They huddled close, letting the heat seep into their bones. Ever since slaying the Night King, the realm's cold felt different, no longer possessed of that malevolent sharpness, but it was still winter, and the months of ceaseless chill had taken their toll on everyone. After a modest supper, salted fish, a few hard biscuits, and sips from their waterskins, they settled in for what remained of the afternoon. Alati carefully unpacked the rescued books from King's Landing, wiping them down with a bit of cloth to stave off mold. She handled the texts as though they were living things, each page a fragile link to the world before the long night. One was a partial history of Targaryen conquests, with entire sections scorched away. Another contained genealogies of lesser lords, though half the lines had bled or smeared. She had also salvaged a small treatise on horticulture. This one might be the most useful, she murmured, coughing softly. Instructions on greenhouse growing, how to nurse seeds through a harsh climate. She trailed off, eyes flicking to the half-collapsed roof overhead. We'll need every trick we can find to coax life from this soil. Bramman patted her shoulder gently. Once we meet up with the others. Hallease, Niall, Oris, maybe Carhyle, these might help us plant a real harvest, he said. She flashed him a tired smile, then resumed her delicate cleaning. For his part, Bramman rose and wandered through the tower's remaining chambers. In a small side room, he found evidence that people had once tried to hold out here. Broken arrows littered the floor, and an empty chest bore the sigil of House Hayford, a minor crownland's house. No bodies, though. Likely they had either fled or died somewhere else. He said a silent prayer for whomever had once lived behind these walls, then returned to Alati. Evening arrived, the sky darkening through cracks overhead. The drizzle turned to a steady rain, tapping a melancholy rhythm on the stone. They fed the fire with more scraps, staying silent for a while, each lost in private thoughts. At length, Alati's voice broke the hush. What do you think we'll find beyond here? She asked softly. The rumors said the veil was sealed off, that the Eyrie might still stand, but who can say? And the Stormlands? They might be battered beyond recognition. Bramman stared into the flickering embers. I wish I knew. Part of me hopes to ride to the coasts to see if the narrow sea is still passable. Maybe Essos fared better. But all the stories said the long night reached across the sea too. He shuddered, recalling the swirling white horizon that had once encircled them at Winterfell. Still, I believe pockets of life survived, no matter how grim. We're proof of that. So are Gaiman's people, the ones Carhyle led south. If enough of us find each other, we can rebuild something. It might take generations, but we'll do it. Her eyes shone with quiet determination, reflecting the fire's glow. We will, she agreed. Then she touched her throat, wincing. He offered her a waterskin, which she accepted gratefully. The harsh dryness in her voice made him anxious, but she insisted she was healing. As she sipped, he wrapped an extra blanket around her shoulders. No words passed between them then, but the warmth in her grateful nod told him she felt safe. They settled against the stone wall, drifting into a fitful doze. Outside, the wind gusted, rattling loose timbers. At one point, Alati startled awake from a dream in which wights clawed at the windows. Bramman soothed her, reminding her that the dead had fallen. She clung to him for a moment, trembling. I still hear them sometimes, she whispered. In my sleep. He tightened his arm around her. So do I. At some point in the small hours, a cry echoed through the courtyard. Both jolted awake. Bramman leapt up, dagger in hand, while Alati scrambled for her bow. Ember whinnied in alarm. The cry repeated, a plaintive, human sound. Bramman glanced at Alati, eyes wide. Someone's out there, he muttered. Without delay, they rushed into the courtyard, fanning out around the half-collapsed walls. Near the broken cart by the well, they spotted a figure on hands and knees. A woman, gaunt and drenched from the rain, her hair plastered to her skull. She seemed barely conscious, half-mumbling words as she clutched at the ground. Ember jerked its head, nostrils flared, but didn't rear. Bramman advanced slowly, calling out, we won't hurt you. Alati knocked an arrow behind him, just in case. The woman collapsed onto her side, letting out a keening moan. They hurried closer. She wore torn rags, her feet wrapped in bloodied cloth. Her skin was alarmingly pale, lips cracked. When she looked up, desperation flared in her eyes. Water, please, she rasped. Bramman gestured for Alati to keep an eye on the surroundings, then knelt by the stranger, easing his waterskin to her mouth. She drank greedily, nearly choking in her haste. Easy, Bramman murmured. We have more inside. He gently helped her to her feet. She was all but weightless, her shoulders jutting through her soaked clothing. Her eyes darted around, fear warring with exhaustion as though she expected a sword to fall any second. Alati lowered her bow, though she remained watchful. They led the woman into the hall and set her down by the fire. Alati fetched a spare blanket. Bramman offered a bit of dried fish. The stranger devoured it so quickly that she nearly bit her own tongue. It was only when some warmth returned to her body that her trembling eased enough for speech. She swallowed, eyes never leaving the flames, then spoke in a voice hoarse as scraped metal. I saw your fire, the light through the cracks. I've been wandering for days, maybe weeks. Aladi crouched beside her. Are you alone? The woman nodded shakily. Yes. My name is Lysana. I come from a group that tried to settle near Rosby. We thought the undead were gone, and for a while, it was safe. But raiders came. Her voice cracked. I ran. Didn't know where else to go. I've been hiding from any living soul. They're as dangerous as the dead were, maybe worse. She twisted her hands in the blanket, casting a fearful glance at Aladi and Branwen. You won't kill me? Branwen felt his chest tighten. The terror on her face was heartbreakingly familiar. No, he said softly. We have no reason to hurt you. We're only travelers ourselves. He hesitated. Was it the same group that burned a barn some leagues back? We found bodies. She sucked in a sharp breath, tears welling up. Yes, that was them. The men who took our supplies. They forced everyone inside the barn. Then they set it alight. A sob escaped her throat. There were children. Some tried to run, but the arrows came so fast. I only escaped because I'd gone to fetch water. I hid behind a shed and ran when they left. Aladi pressed her hand to her mouth, stricken. Branwen bowed his head. The images from that barn site had haunted them, but hearing it firsthand was far worse. Lysana shuddered, hugging the blanket around her. I haven't seen them since. They headed west, I think. Maybe they're gone. Maybe they'll kill again. She stared at the flames, tears carving tracks through the grime on her cheeks. I wanted so badly for this nightmare to end when the whites fell. But it never ends, does it? Aladi reached out, placing a gentle hand on Lysana's knee. We can't promise it's ended, she said, her voice gentle but firm. But we can promise you're safe with us tonight. And if we encounter those raiders, we'll fight them if we must. A flicker of hope struggled in the woman's eyes. You'd risk that? For a stranger? When Branwen and Aladi both nodded, confusion and gratitude warred across her features. I have nothing to pay you. Survival is payment enough, Branwen said. We learned that the hard way. He helped her drink more water, then offered an additional scrap of salted fish. She devoured it with trembling hands, half apologizing for her voracity. Aladi rummaged in her pack, finding a threadbare cloak that might fit Lysana's small frame. Their own supplies were meager, but they shared what they could. Over the next hour, they coaxed out more details of her story. She had been a farmhand's daughter from the Crownlands, taken in by a group of refugees after the whites overran her village. For a while, they'd lived in hiding, scrounging from old storehouses. Then the Night King fell, and as the whites collapsed, they dared hope for a new dawn. But the domain of men was also lawless now, with no king on the Iron Throne to command order. Bands of desperate or vicious survivors roamed the land, taking what they pleased. Lysana trembled anew. We tried to fortify an old orchard near Rosby. We built makeshift fences, tried planting potatoes. Then those men came, demanding half our stores. When we refused, she trailed off, eyes distant. I watched them shoot a child in front of his mother, then drag the mother inside the barn. I couldn't do anything. Aladi bowed her head, tears threatening at the corners of her eyes. Branwen clenched his fists until his knuckles whitened. There was no white to blame for this cruelty, no monstrous White Walker. Only the worst capacity of humankind. We'll do better, Branwen said softly, half to himself. We have to. They spent the night in tense watchfulness, though Lysana's presence added a sense of purpose. Aladi insisted on giving her most of the blanket, leaving herself with just a threadbare corner. Branwen quietly covered Aladi and Lysana both with his cloak while they dozed, making sure neither was chilled by the dripping rain. He stoked the fire, listened to the wind. Memories of Winterfell kept him awake, along with recollections of the day he plunged that dagger into the Night King's torso. He wondered if they had only traded one horror for another. Yet each time the despair threatened to swamp him, he recalled Carhyle's face, Gaiman's unyielding eyes, the children's smiles when they realized the whites had finally fallen. There had to be a path to something better. Dawn broke bleakly, the rain replaced by a cold mist. Lysana awoke stiff and sore, but more coherent. Over a meager breakfast, bits of biscuit softened in water, she asked timidly about Branwen and Aladi's plans. Where will you go? She said, voice shaky. I don't have anywhere to return. Aladi glanced at Branwen. They had discussed no firm route, only that they intended to search for more survivors or try to reunite with the fortress one day. We're heading roughly southwest, Aladi answered. Eventually, we'll loop back to a stronghold where we have friends, assuming we don't learn of a better refuge before then. If you want to come with us, you can. She hesitated. But we can't guarantee safety. We're just as vulnerable to raiders as anyone. Lysana's lips parted in a shaky breath. Better to risk it with you than wander alone. She wrapped the borrowed cloak tighter. I'll do my share. I'm not much of a fighter, but I can look after a horse or tend wounds. That settled it. By mid-morning, they ventured out of the holdfast, Lysana riding behind Lullaby on Ember's broad back while Bronwyn walked alongside. The trio made a forlorn procession, navigating the muddy track under low, brooding clouds. They moved slowly to avoid exhausting the horse. Occasionally, the horizon broke into low ridges where a faint shimmer of sunlight fought through. The realm felt raw and subdued, as though unsure how to greet the absence of its greatest terror. They continued for 2 days, glimpsing no further sign of raiders. Once, Bronwyn spotted smoke curling from a copse of distant trees, but by the time they reached the site, whoever had been camping there was gone. They found the remains of a small campfire and footprints leading away. Probably other survivors, no friendlier or more hostile than themselves, simply wanting to remain unseen. Another time, they caught sight of a traveling merchant's cart half buried in a ditch, the mule's bones strewn nearby. The crates inside had been emptied, leaving only scraps of cloth and broken earthenware. Perhaps it had once carried precious supplies that never reached their destination. In a land of broken roads, such tragedies were commonplace. Lysana gradually recovered her strength, though she still exhibited a haunted vigilance, flinching at every sudden noise. She apologized often for clinging to Lullaby's waist on Ember, as if terrified that letting go would result in being left behind. Lullaby assured her that traveling together was safer anyway, that they relied on each other as much as Lysana relied on them. The sincerity in Lullaby's voice brought fresh tears to Lysana's eyes each time. When they finally reached a wide crossroads, they discovered a simple signpost battered by weather. Its arrows were nearly illegible, but from the scrap of writing that remained, Bronwyn guessed that one direction would take them toward the old Rose Road. The other might lead them closer to the fortress where Halle's and the boys waited. Lullaby and Bronwyn weighed their options. They yearned to see if Carhyle and Gaiman's southward expedition had borne fruit, or if the rumored enclaves by the Mandor had grown. On the other hand, a direct route back to the fortress might be safer for Lysana in the immediate sense. They both remembered how meager the fortress's resources were and wondered if it could support many more mouths. In the end, they decided to head in the general direction of the fortress. If, along the way, they found new rumors of stable settlements, they would investigate. Lysana seemed relieved to have any destination at all. So they pressed westward, crossing shallow streams and picking through overgrown groves. The meltdown of ice made the ground treacherous in places, causing Ember to slip and whinny in protest. Lullaby murmured soothing words, patting the horse's neck. Bronwyn trudged ahead, scanning for tracks or potential ambushes. On the 3rd day after leaving the holdfast, they crested a small ridge to see a scattering of tents in a low meadow. Smoke rose from several campfires. Figures moved among the tents, 2 or 3 dozen at least. From the vantage point, they could spot wagons, some horses, and a ring of sharpened stakes set as a defensive perimeter. The entire camp was nestled near a bend in a narrow river, presumably for water supply. Lysana stiffened. Could be raiders, she whispered, voice tight with fear. Lullaby and Bronwyn exchanged looks. Bronwyn unsheathed his dagger, but Lullaby motioned him to hold back. We should watch a while, she said. If they're the ones who burned the barn, they might have lookouts. They edged closer, keeping low behind a rise of ground. One of the camp's sentries stood on an overturned crate, scanning the surroundings with a bow in hand. Bronwyn checked the man's posture and gear. Unlike the savage raiders Lysana had described, this sentry wore mismatched leathers and had no visible trophies or bloodstains. His face looked wary, not gloating. Lullaby inched forward to get a better angle. She saw a woman stirring a pot over a fire, children wandering between tents, a few older men mending clothes. Their expressions seemed grim but not hostile. No one carried the air of men who burned barns for sport. Lysana breathed out, her tension easing a fraction. They look normal? Families, maybe. Bronwyn nodded, though he kept a wary eye on the perimeter. The sharpened stakes indicated these people expected trouble. That alone spoke volumes about the state of the realm. After a quick, silent conference, they decided to approach openly, hoping to avoid spooking the sentries. Lysana kept the hood of her cloak up, wanting to hide her face until they knew more. Lullaby rode Ember forward at a walking pace, with Bronwyn beside her on foot. As soon as they came into clear view, the sentries shouted in alarm. Several figures grabbed weapons, forming a ragged defensive line. Lullaby raised her empty hands. We come in peace, she called. We're just travelers looking for safe passage. The tension in the camp was palpable. A tall woman with an improvised breastplate stepped forward, sword in hand. Stay where you are, she barked. Behind her, a cluster of onlookers, including some frightened children, peered around tent flaps. Aladi complied, halting Ember a dozen paces from the sharpened stakes. Brannon held his dagger blade down, showing he meant no threat. Lysana clung to Aladi's waist, silent. The tall woman surveyed them, eyes sharp. "What do you want?" Her accent suggested she was from the Crownlands or perhaps the Reach these days. It was hard to guess. Her sword remained raised, though not in immediate striking position. A wiry man flanked her, leveling a crossbow at Branwen. Aladi cleared her throat, trying to keep her voice steady. "We're seeking a route west. We also have a companion who's been through terrible times. If your camp allows travelers to share a fire, we'd be grateful. If not, we'll go." She attempted a faint smile. "We don't want trouble. We've had more than enough of that." The woman's gaze flicked to Lysana, whose half-hidden face peered from beneath the hood. She then eyed Branwen's dagger, the glint of Valyrian steel marking it as no ordinary blade. "You have a fancy weapon," she observed. "People kill for less these days." Branwen nodded wearily. "I don't doubt it, but we're not here to kill. And my friend's bow is slung if that helps ease your mind." He gestured to Aladi's unstrung bow on her saddle. A few tense moments passed. The crossbowman glowered, but the tall woman seemed to weigh something behind her eyes, perhaps the expressions of the newcomers or the battered state of their clothes. At length, she lowered her sword a fraction. "We're not about to turn away, good folk, if that's what you are," she said in a guarded tone. "But we've all suffered from raiders. If you cause any harm here, you'll meet a swift end. Understand?" Branwen let out a measured breath. "We do." Aladi nodded. The tall woman gestured for them to move forward. The crossbowman stepped aside, though he kept his weapon half-raised. As they entered the perimeter, curious faces peered from the tents. Many wore expressions of bone-deep weariness, some with bandaged wounds. Brannon and Aladi saw the same harsh signs of survival they'd seen in other groups, the patchwork repairs on clothing, the anxious glances, the children's hollow eyes. An older man guided them to a clearing near the main fire pit where a pot of watery stew bubbled. The tall woman introduced herself as Mira. "We've come from various corners of the Crownlands," she said in a voice that carried old heartbreak. "Some from the Stormlands, a few from the Riverlands. We ended up here after the Whites collapsed. Lost many along the way, so we banded together. Strength in numbers, or so we hoped." Aladi dismounted carefully, helping Lysana to the ground. Myra's gaze fell on Lysana's ragged state, and her features softened. "You look half-starved. Sit by the fire." Lysana did so with evident relief. Branwen held Ember's reins, scanning the camp. He noticed a few men with improvised weapons, mostly spears. A line of crates near the back looked like salvage from old storehouses. One crate was labeled with the sigil of House Rosby, an odd coincidence, or maybe these folk had scrounged supplies from the same region where Lysana's group was attacked. He felt a pang of worry, but reminded himself that the crates alone didn't mean these people were raiders. They seemed too disorganized, too frightened to be the ruthless band Lysana had described. Mira observed them, suspicion still lingering in her eyes. "We've had trouble with marauders," she explained. "A nasty band. Some say they're led by a man named Rasker. The worst sort you can imagine, burning folks alive, stringing up survivors. We forced them off once, but they might return." She studied Aladi's face. "You've heard of them?" Aladi nodded grimly, glancing at Lysana. "We saw what they did to a barn. That's one reason we're traveling armed." A ripple of recognition passed through the nearby onlookers, confirming that the barn atrocity was widely known. Mira swore under her breath. "There's precious little law left in this realm. Sometimes we hear rumors that a new order is forming in the west or the north, but who knows? Even the Stormlands are said to be in disarray." Branwen knelt near the fire, warming his hands. "We heard that a band of survivors from a fortress along the Mander might be trying to bring folks together. Some of our friends traveled with them. Have you heard anything like that?" A younger woman stirring the stew spoke up. "We heard talk of a war camp near Bitterbridge, run by some ex-soldiers. Could be they're uniting people. But that's a ways south and the roads are unsafe." She ladled stew into a bowl and handed it to Lysana, who ate so quickly she nearly choked. Mira exhaled, wiping rain from her brow. "We have no illusions of traveling that far. This is the safest spot we've found, water supply, a bit of shelter. Some of us might try for the Storm's End region when the weather warms. Others talk of forging inland toward Highgarden. But if Raskar's men come in force, we won't stand a chance. We're barely hanging on." Aladi exchanged a look with Branwen. They were in no better position themselves, short on food and lacking numbers. They had come across multiple groups like this, all struggling to fend off the same sort of viciousness. Part of her wanted to keep traveling, to keep illusions at bay. If they stopped, they might become just as vulnerable. Yet something in her balked at leaving this camp to face Rasker without warning or aid. She glanced at Lysana, who was staring into her bowl with haunted eyes. In a soft voice, Alati said, "We can stay for a few days, help you reinforce your perimeter if you'd like. We know a bit about setting traps for whites, though obviously this is a different foe. But we have some experience with defensive tactics." Myra's suspicion flickered again. "Why would you do that?" Bramwin answered quietly, "Because people did the same for us once." A long pause passed. Mira looked at them, then at Lysana, who nodded meekly. Finally, Myra's posture relaxed and she sheathed her sword. "We'll take any help we can get. I can't promise we have a lot of food to spare, but we'll share what we have." The crossbowman lowered his weapon at last, though his expression remained guarded. Slowly, the tension in the camp receded, replaced by curiosity and cautious relief. They spent the rest of the day speaking with the others, learning the camp's routines. Most were peasants or former servants from local castles. A handful of ex-soldiers had tried to teach them how to hold a line, but they lacked decent weapons and the nerve that comes from disciplined training. Children played near the river shallows, too young to grasp the stakes of survival. Alati saw how few huts or tents they had. Some folks simply slept in wagons. The supply crates, hammered shut and lined with straw, housed roots and dried beans. Not enough to last if more mouths arrived. By evening, Bramwin and Alati helped place sharpened stakes around weaker sections of the perimeter, repurposing logs and branches. They showed several men and women how to dig shallow trenches that could hinder a mounted assault. Lysana, though skittish, assisted by carrying tools and fetching water. The day's labor reminded Bramwin of the fortress, how they'd had to patch walls against undead siege. Here, they were bracing for living enemies, but the desperation felt painfully familiar. Night fell and the camp lights flickered across sodden canvas. A drizzle returned, turning the ground mucky. Bramwin and Alati took shifts standing watch with a few of the more capable defenders. Lysana huddled near a tent that had been offered to them. An older woman insisted the newcomers deserved at least a dry corner. The atmosphere was tense. Rumors of Raskar's marauders had everyone glancing over their shoulders. Some claimed the raiders were accompanied by monstrous beasts or leftover whites, though others called that rumor nonsense. When Alati's watch came around midnight, she paced the perimeter, bow in hand, her scarf wrapped around her still sore throat. The darkness was profound. Clouds obscured the moon and the only illumination came from guttering torches. She thought of the nights at Winterfell, of the final stand at the fortress along the Mander. Even now, sometimes a gust of wind felt like the breath of an unholy presence. But no whites lurked out there, only the possibility of men. Men who burned barns full of children. Halfway through her shift, she heard a branch snap in the distance. Tensing, she raised a hand, motioning to a camp defender standing nearby. The man, still new to such duties, swallowed hard and lifted his spear. They peered into the gloom. Another snap, then a rustling. Alati drew an arrow from her quiver. A moment later, two shapes appeared at the edge of torchlight. Ragged figures stooped low, as if scouting. Alati and the defender froze. The newcomers edged closer, realized they were spotted, and abruptly turned to run. Alati reacted, calling out, "We see you," in a rasping shout. She fired an arrow which hissed through the air and thudded into a tree near the fleeing shapes. She could have aimed to kill, but her reluctance to spill blood so quickly made her shoot wide. One figure yelled in alarm. The other cursed. Both disappeared into the darkness. The camp stirred. Bramwin, roused by the commotion, sprinted over. "Raiders?" he asked, chest heaving. Alati lowered her bow, face grim. "Scouts, I think." They took off. The news spread quickly, fueling a wave of fear. Mira cursed under her breath, ordering everyone to remain at the ready. If those scouts belonged to Rasker, an attack could follow soon. The night wore on, but no further sign of invaders appeared. Dawn brought an uneasy calm. A swirling mist covered the meadow, turning every shape into a gray phantom. People moved quietly through camp, trying to keep children calm. Alati, Bramwin, and Mira conferred by the main fire pit. "Chances are they'll come soon," Mira said, tension lining her face. "Now that they know we're here, they'll want whatever we've got." Lysana sat nearby, hugging her knees. "They always strike at night or dawn," she said with a tremor in her voice. "They prefer to terrorize people when they're vulnerable." Bramwin's jaw tightened, remembering the cruelty at the barn. This would be no simple standoff. They hastily organized what meager defenses they could. The perimeter was improved with sharpened stakes. Those who could hold a weapon were assigned to vantage points near the tents. Alati showed a few of the better shots how to loose arrows from behind crates for cover. Brannon helped gather every able-bodied person, from teenage girls who had the nerve to handle a spear to older men who claimed some experience with a sword. Many were frightened, but fear was the one common thread that bound them all these days. When the sun broke through the mist, revealing a gray morning, nothing happened. By midday, some people dared hope the scouts wouldn't return. But early afternoon brought a runner, a panting boy who had gone to check fishing traps upriver. He burst into camp, stuttering that riders were approaching from the north. Myra's face hardened and she barked orders. The camp scrambled into position. Bramwin stood near a row of crates with Lullaby, Lysana crouched at their heels. Myra took charge of the main line, stationed behind a rough barricade of wagons. The children, the old, and the ill were ushered to the far side of camp near the shallow river, out of immediate danger. Anxiety crackled in the air. Bramwin felt his stomach clench with the same dread that used to accompany glimpses of undead hordes. Soon, the sound of hooves reached their ears, a ragged band, maybe a dozen riders. As they emerged from the tree line, Aladi's eyes narrowed. These were no starving peasants. They rode with a certain swagger, wearing stolen armor pieces. Most had bows or crossbows. A tall figure at the front wore a fur mantle and carried a notched sword. Bramwin guessed this might be Rasko himself. His face was lined with cruelty and he radiated the confidence of a man who expected to be obeyed. They halted just outside bow range, gazing at the camp stakes and wagons. Rasko called out, "We've come for tribute." His voice echoed across the meadow, sending uneasy whispers through the camp. "We know you have crates of supplies. Give them over, or we'll burn your tents like we did at the orchard and the barn." A few of his riders chuckled. One spat on the ground. It was clear they had done this before, terrorizing the defenseless. Myra stood atop a wagon's bench, sword in hand. "No tribute," she shouted back. "You'll find no easy spoils here." Her tone was firm, though fear flickered in her eyes. Lullaby could sense the tremor in her voice from where she crouched. Rasko laughed, a harsh sound. "Brave words, woman. When my scouts saw you, they said there were women, children, a handful of old men. I see you've got a couple more now, but that won't save you. We'll give you one chance to yield. Hand over half your supplies, and we might let you live." Silence fell. The camp defenders looked to Myra or to Bramwin and Lullaby, uncertain. Lysana trembled. Aladi's breath grew tight as she recalled the boy's corpse behind the barn, an arrow in his back. She gritted her teeth. They would not yield. Myra raised her chin. "You take nothing from us." Her voice cracked but held. "We stand together." Rasko's grin vanished. He raised his sword, pointing it at the camp. "Then die together." With a sudden shout, he spurred his horse forward. His band followed, hooves pounding the muddy ground. Their approach was swift and brutal, a wave of hardened killers bearing down on a ragtag defense. A volley of arrows hissed from the camp. Some soared wide. Others struck a few raiders, toppling them from their saddles. Lullaby was among the archers who fired. Her arrow found a target in the shoulder of a rider on the left flank. The man howled, nearly dropping his reins. Myra barked for the spearmen to brace. The raiders reached the perimeter, their horses rearing at the sharpened stakes. A few turned aside, looking for gaps in the defenses. Bramwin rushed to a gap where the stakes were thinner, dagger in hand. One raider tried to maneuver around him, swinging a curved blade. Brannon ducked, slashed out with the Valyrian steel, slicing through the raider's leg. The man screamed, toppling from the saddle. Another raider seized the moment to thrust a spear at Branwin's exposed side. Bramwin twisted away, wincing as the spear grazed his arm. He retaliated with a swift stab that punched through the raider's chest. The man crumpled, eyes wide. Bramwin choked on the metallic tang of blood in the air, forcing himself to keep fighting. Further down the line, Myra and two others drove off another horseman, stabbing at the animal's flank to force it back. Lullaby took cover behind crates, loosing arrow after arrow. Each shot found a mark, though many riders wore patchwork armor that blunted the blows. The defenders pressed in as best they could, hurling stones or improvised javelins. Screams and curses reverberated. One raider battered aside a spearwoman, trampling her under his horse's hooves. Another tried to leap the stakes, but the horse stumbled, impaling itself on sharpened wood. The rider soared off, breaking his neck against the ground. In the midst of this chaos, Rasko singled out Myra. He kicked his horse onward, ignoring the mud and fallen bodies, and swung his notched blade at her head. She parried, but the force knocked her backward off the wagon bench. Rasko circled around, laughing, aiming to finish her. Lullaby saw this from the corner of her eye. She loosed an arrow in his direction, but his horse danced aside. Her next shot missed. Rasko's sword came down, narrowly missing Myra as she rolled on the ground. He cursed, pulling up for another strike. A desperate resolve seized Lullaby. She dropped her bow, no time to knock another arrow, and grabbed a makeshift spear from a fallen defender. Sprinting across the churned-up mud, she thrust at Rasko's horse, hoping to unseat him. The horse reared, eyes rolling. Rasko snarled and kicked free, slashing out at Lullaby. She jerked back, but the blade raked her arm, slicing through her coat. She hissed in pain, ignoring the hot flare. Summoning her last scrap of strength, she lunged again, aiming the spear at his thigh. It glanced off the stirrup, scraping his leg. Raska spat a curse, twisting to strike. That gave Mira an instant to scramble to her knees and swing her sword at the raider's back. The blow collided with his side, enough to make him growl in anger but not enough to fell him. Chaos swirled, with defenders and raiders locked in a savage melee. Bramwin dispatched another foe, then glimpsed Lullaby and Mira besieging Rasker. He sprinted to assist, ducking past a flailing horse. Rasker, outnumbered, wheeled his horse and kicked it into a sudden gallop, escaping Lullaby's spear point. He glared at them, bleeding from the side, and bellowed to his men, "Pull back, regroup." A handful of raiders still in the saddle tore themselves away from the fight, dragging wounded comrades. A few dismounted raiders fought on, only to be overwhelmed by the defenders' sudden surge of courage. Within moments, the band of marauders was in disarray, half retreating, half trying to keep their leader in sight. Mira wasted no time. "Drive them off," she shouted, voice cracking. Spears and arrows followed the fleeing riders, striking down a straggler or two. Rasker himself took an arrow in the back of his shoulder, but he clung to his horse, cursing. Then the survivors vanished into the treeline, leaving the camp battered but standing. A hush descended, punctuated by the moans of the wounded. Muddy ground churned with footprints, blood pooling in shallow depressions. Someone wept. Children screamed from behind the wagons. Bramwin stood panting, dagger slick with blood, scanning for any sign of more raiders. None came. Lullaby clutched her arm, crimson soaking her sleeve, but she was upright. Mira was on her knees, leaning on her sword, sweat and grime streaking her face. All around, defenders collapsed or tended each other. Lysana emerged from hiding, tears streaming, but relief evident that the raiders hadn't breached the entire camp. The price was high. Several bodies of camp folk lay still, men and women who had mustered the courage to fight. Others nursed wounds. As the reality of the victory settled in, some let out ragged cheers, but it was the kind of cheer that comes laced with grief and exhaustion. Mira raised her sword overhead, acknowledging their survival. "We did it," she gasped. We held." Then she coughed violently, spitting out mud and saliva. Lullaby staggered to Bramwin's side, adrenaline fading, making the pain in her arm flare. He saw blood oozing through her coat and immediately supported her. "You're wounded," he murmured. She grimaced, nodding through clenched teeth. "I'll live." He guided her to a fallen crate where she could sit. Lysana ran up with bandages. Oh gods," she whispered, breath hitching. She pressed cloth to Lullaby's wound with trembling hands. Lullaby bit her lip, stifling a cry. Mira, with a tired gesture, directed a few survivors to gather the wounded near the main fire. Others began the grim task of dragging the dead to one side. A hush fell over the camp, broken only by sobs and the occasional whimper from a dying raider. 1 or 2 marauders had been taken prisoner, but most had fled or perished. Mira looked to Bramwin. "Thank you," she said, voice raw. "Without your help," she left the sentence unfinished. Bramwin nodded wearily. "They might come back," he cautioned. "Rasko escaped." Myra's face hardened, but her eyes betrayed dread. "Yes, but you've shown us how to fight, how to protect ourselves. Maybe next time we can turn them away for good." She looked around at her people kneeling beside the wounded, cradling the dead. "Though I don't know how many more times we can survive such an attack." Bramwin laid a gentle hand on her shoulder. "We'll stay a while longer, help however we can. But we need to move on eventually." He glanced at Lullaby, who, despite the pain, managed a nod. They both recognized that each day they remained here was another day they weren't inching closer to the fortress or forging new alliances. But abandoning the camp now felt cruel. That afternoon passed in a blur of blood and tears. Brannon helped carry bodies to a makeshift pyre. Lullaby lay still while Lysana and an older woman named Hannah stitched her arm wound. The sting of alcohol made her hiss, but she endured it. She'd known worse. Mira organized a watch for the night, doubling the perimeter with more stakes gleaned from the fallen trees. Everyone worked in grim harmony, united by the need to fortify against Rasker's potential return. Dusk arrived, painting the sky in bruised colors. They built another fire near the fallen to burn the raiders' corpses so they wouldn't spread disease or attract scavengers. 4 camp members had died defending their home, and 2 more were unlikely to last the night. Tears fell freely as their bodies were laid gently on separate pyres. A hush settled across the camp, the only sound the crackle of flame and distant sobbing. In that silence, Bramwin felt the old question stirring in him again. Had the cost of defeating the Night King truly opened a door to a better world, or was this endless cycle of violence the realm's new legacy? That night, neither Branwen nor Aladi slept much. Aladi's bandaged arm throbbed, her mind haunted by the memory of Raskar's sneer. Branwen sat beside her, occasionally rising to patrol the perimeter with Myra's men. At one point, Lysana approached, carrying a steaming mug of some herbal broth. "It's all we have left in the store." "For the pain," she murmured. Aladi took it gratefully. The two women locked eyes, sharing a silent moment of understanding. Lysana had endured unimaginable terror at the hands of those raiders. Now she saw the camp stand firm, if barely. Dawn found them exhausted, but still breathing. Raskos' band had not returned. Mira believed they were licking their wounds, perhaps regrouping or seeking easier prey. The defenders spent the morning reinforcing the perimeter once again. Aladi tried to help, though her injured arm limited her ability to wield tools. Brannon hammered stakes and offered pointers on watch rotations, drawing on lessons from the fortress. He found himself, once again, in a position of reluctant leadership, guiding people who were starved for any glimmer of order. By midday, the wounded who could move were helped to their feet. A few lingered at death's door, unconscious from blood loss or infection. The reality of medicine in this realm had been dire even before winter took everything. Now, with no maesters and no supplies, survival was a gamble. Hannah, the older woman who had helped stitch Aladi, did what she could with poultices. She had once been a septa in a minor sept near the Kingswood, forced to flee when the Whites came. Her knowledge of healing herbs was limited, but better than nothing. That afternoon, Mira found Branwen near the makeshift stable where Ember was munching on a handful of dried grass. A few other horses from the raiders, now claimed by the camp, stood tethered alongside. The mood in the camp was tense but calm. Mira approached, face lined with fatigue. "You two will be leaving soon," she said, not phrasing it as a question. Branwen nodded, though he felt a pang of guilt. "We must. We're searching for a larger fortress, a stable place that might gather survivors. If we find it, we can send word." She inclined her head. "I can't blame you. You've done enough for us already, and we'll not keep you here against your will." Her gaze wandered across the meadow where the newly dug trenches and lines of stakes stood as a testament to their short but vital training. "You've given us a fighting chance. More than we had before." Branwen met her eyes. "Promise me you'll stay vigilant," he said quietly. "If Raska returns in force, your best chance might be to hide or flee rather than face him head-on. He lost men, but he's still dangerous." Myra's expression tightened. "We'll do what we must. The moment it looks hopeless, we'll gather the children and run. I've no intention of letting them be slaughtered." She paused, voice thickening. "When you find this fortress, if it's safe, perhaps send someone to lead us there. We're all scattered, but if we unite..." Branwen placed a hand on her shoulder. "If we unite, we can survive," he echoed. "We will try." That evening, he and Aladi conferred about departing at dawn. Aladi's wound, while not fully healed, was stable enough for travel. Lysana, overhearing their plan, approached with trembling resolve. "I want to come," she said. "Please." She glanced at the camp. "I'm grateful for their help, but I can't live in fear of Raskos' return. I'd rather seek that fortress with you. Maybe do some good." Aladi and Branwen exchanged thoughtful looks. They had grown to care for Lysana, and they trusted her enough not to be a burden. Her spirit had proven resilient. "If that's truly your wish, you're welcome," Aladi said gently. "We can use every willing hand. But it's a hard road." Lysana nodded, eyes reflecting a quiet determination. She had lost everything to the barn atrocity. Perhaps forging ahead was her only path to healing. Morning came. The camp stirred with subdued acceptance. Mira and a handful of others approached to offer thanks, pressing small tokens of gratitude into Branwen's hands, wooden carvings, bits of dried fruit, anything they could spare. Branwen and Aladi politely declined or kept only the bare minimum, not wanting to strip the camp of precious resources. But the gesture spoke of sincerity. At last, the three travelers, Branwen, Aladi, and Lysana, prepared Ember and an additional horse they'd bartered for. The extra horse was an older mare, a bit skittish, but rideable. Lysana was nervous handling it, yet determined to manage. "We won't forget you," Mira said as they mounted up. "If the gods are kind, we'll meet again in better times." She pressed a small cloth bundle into Aladi's good hand. "Medicinal herbs," she said. "From Hannah. Use them if your wound becomes infected." Aladi swallowed back emotion and nodded. "You'll be in our prayers," she managed. They rode away, heads bowed at the final ring of sharpened stakes. The camp's defenders watched them go, some calling out quiet farewells. Once they vanished into the rolling fog, an uneasy hope settled. Mira turned to her people. "They risked their lives for us. We'll do the same for each other," she declared. And so they remained behind, a fragile bastion of cooperation in a realm where cruelty festered. The three travelers followed a winding path through the damp countryside. Aladi's wound ached, but the horse's gentle sway kept her mostly comfortable. Bramwin rode Ember, leading the way, scanning for threats. Lysana, perched atop the older mare, clutched the reins with white-knuckled resolve, flinching at every rustle. Each night, they made small camps, building only tiny fires. The days blurred in an unremarkable litany of muddy tracks, leafless trees, and trickling snowmelt. Twice, they glimpsed distant columns of smoke, but they avoided investigating, wary of running into more bandits. On their fourth day out, they reached a crossroad near a half-frozen river that Brannon recognized from the fortress scouting missions. Excitement flared in him. "We're only a few days' ride from the fortress, if I remember correctly," he told Aladi. "That's where Halle's, Niall, and Oris were. They might still be holding it, or maybe they've moved on. But it's worth a try." Aladi nodded. "Yes. Let's go." Lysana, who had never heard the full account, listened with curiosity. So that evening, around their modest fire, Branwen and Aladi told her about the fortress near the Mander, how they and a handful of others defeated the Night King. Lysana's eyes went wide as she realized she was traveling with the very people who ended the long night, two among many, to be fair, but still intimately involved. "I heard rumors," she whispered, "but I never thought I'd meet anyone actually there." Aladi shrugged self-consciously, reminded of her own disbelief at times. "It wasn't just us. Dozens died that night. We were only lucky to survive." Still, Lysana gazed at them with a mixture of awe and gratitude. For her, these were living heroes in a world desperate for them. Bramwin only said the sword and dagger and everyone else's courage made the difference. A miracle, truly. They pressed on. The closer they got to the fortress, the more Branwin's hopes mingled with dread. Would they find it intact? Had Halle's managed to keep it from ruin? Had Carhyle or Gaiman returned, or had they vanished in their own journeys? The realm's unpredictability gnawed at him. Each dawn, he found himself scanning the horizon for the fortress's silhouette. On the fifth day, they saw it at last, rising from behind a ridge, its battered towers and walls outlined against the sky. A jolt of recognition went through Branwen. Aladi sucked in a breath, eyes shining. It's still standing. They covered the remaining distance swiftly, hearts pounding. The fortress walls showed signs of recent repairs, new timber supports bracing old stone. A watchtower banner fluttered in the breeze, nothing fancy, just a dyed scrap of cloth, but it marked a living presence. As the trio drew near, a sentry atop the gate's partial battlements sounded a horn. Figures clustered around the gate, some armed. Bramwin recognized a few faces, battered and older, but undeniably familiar, men and women who had survived that dreadful night against the Night King. A shout rose from the walls, they returned. The gate rumbled open, letting them in. Relief and excitement spread like wildfire as the courtyard filled with curious onlookers. Halle's pushed his way through, tears already streaking his cheeks when he spied Aladi and Branwen. Niall and Oris, taller than before, scrambled over rubble to reach them, eyes wide with joy. Branwen dismounted and embraced Halle's, the two men gripping each other in a moment of silent, overwhelming gratitude. Aladi slid from her horse, wincing at her arm, and the boys nearly tackled her in a hug, careful of her bandage. "You're alive," Niall breathed, his voice deeper than Aladi remembered. Oris just sobbed, clinging to her. Aladi ruffled their hair, eyes brimming. "I told you we'd come back." Halle's kissed her brow, then turned to Brannon with a shaking smile. "You have no idea how often we feared we'd never see you again. Welcome home." The gate clanged shut behind them, securing the fortress. Lysana stood aside, a mixture of awe and uncertainty. Halle's noticed her and offered a kind smile. "Welcome," he said. "Any friend of theirs is ours." Lysana blushed, momentarily lost for words. The atmosphere was worlds apart from the lawless camps she had known. They led the horses to a stable area that had been cleared of rubble. Halle's explained that more survivors had trickled in over the past weeks, but also some had left to join Carhyle and Gaiman's expedition. "We remain around 60 strong," he said, guiding them inside. "Enough to hold the fortress if we stay watchful. We've had a few brushes with stray wights, but most collapsed after the Night King fell. We think they were under some lesser walker's thrall, but if so, that walker must have died or fled. We haven't seen new threats in days." Bramman sighed with relief, letting the tension drain from his shoulders. Aladi gripped his hand, sharing the moment. The fortress's halls were still dark and cold, the signs of repair everywhere, wooden scaffolding, fresh mortar. But it was alive, humming with quiet determination. Niall and Oris led them to a large chamber near the great hall where a communal fire burned. Bramwin noticed new faces among the crowd, but also some from the old days, Senna, the woman who had acted as a healer. She greeted them warmly, fussing over Aladi's bandaged arm. How did you injure yourself? Senna asked, leading Aladi to a bench near the hearth. Aladi shrugged wearily. Raiders. We helped a camp defend itself. Senna nodded with a frown, already examining the wound. Plenty of those about. You'll need fresh bandages, perhaps a salve. Hallease, fetch my kit, would you? Hallease trotted off while Niall and Orys rattled off stories of how they'd kept the fortress walls mended or how they'd welcomed travelers. Their eyes shone, clearly wanting to impress Aladi and Branwen, who both smiled in paternal pride. Even after so much horror, the boys carried a spark of youthful spirit. Soon, they were ushered into a small side room that had been repurposed as an infirmary of sorts. Aladi settled on a wooden stool, letting Senna remove the dirty bandage. The cut was healing, though red along the edges. Senna applied a pungent salve, making Aladi wince. Meanwhile, Hallease grilled Branwen for news from King's Landing. Branwen described the city's desolation, the melted Iron Throne, the worthless shells of the Red Keep. Hallease's eyes misted. So it's truly fallen, he murmured. All that history gone. Mostly, Branwen confirmed. We salvaged some books, but it's just a graveyard now. He cast a glance at Aladi, who nodded in acknowledgement. Lysana stood in the corner, listening with a subdued expression. She, too, bore the scars of a realm in ruin. Later, once Aladi was bandaged properly and had a hot meal, they joined Hallease around the main fire to exchange full stories. They spoke of Carhyle and Gaiman's departure, how the southern expedition had yet to return. Hallease said, some travelers arrived from that direction a fortnight ago, claiming they saw smoke near Bitterbridge, an armed settlement. Could be Gaiman's group. They didn't investigate fear of bandits. We can't confirm more. He sighed. We keep sending out scouts, but there's only so much ground we can cover. Branwen nodded. That's consistent with the rumor we heard from a Crownlands camp. Perhaps Gaiman's forging alliances. He always did have a knack for leadership. If so, maybe he'll link up with Carhyle. Aladi leaned into Branwen's side, letting the warmth of the fire soothe her. She still felt every bruise and ache, but the relief of returning to a safe haven buoyed her spirits. Lysana listened quietly. She felt out of place among these friends, who had shared the ultimate trial of slaying the Night King. Eventually, though, she mustered the courage to speak of her experiences. Her group near Rosby, the barn atrocity, the run-in with Raskers raiders, and how Aladi and Branwen had saved her life. Hallease shook his head in dismay at the barn story, clenching his fists. We heard faint rumors of that band, he said. We hoped they were exaggerations. Apparently not. He glanced around the hall. If they wander this far west, we'll have to be prepared. Niall and Orys, sitting on a nearby bench, looked horrified at the mention of the barn. Orys murmured, but we're safe here, right? Hallease squeezed the boy's shoulder. For now, we have these walls and more watchers than that camp. But no one is fully safe in this realm. We all know that too well. The boys nodded solemnly, remembering the days of endless winter. That night, Aladi, Branwen, and Lysana were given a small alcove off the main hall to sleep. The fortress had grown more organized in their absence. Certain corridors were designated for living quarters, others for storage. The smell of cooking fires and the murmur of quiet conversation reminded them that life had taken firm root here, fueled by the determination of people like Hallease. It was a far cry from the empty ruin it had been when the Night King's host marched on it. For the first time in days, they slept deeply, lulled by the knowledge that watchmen patrolled the walls. No raiders loomed in the darkness. No half-frozen whites. Aladi's dreams were restless but not as nightmarish as before. She saw fleeting images of the melted throne, of Raskers Sneer, of Gaiman and Carhyle traveling beneath a stormy sky. Then morning came, pale light filtering through the arrow slits. Over breakfast, thin porridge and a bit of salted pork, Hallease pulled them aside. He wore an apologetic expression as though uneasy about imposing. I know you're tired, but a group of us has been discussing a scouting expedition. We want to confirm rumors about these enclaves in the south, maybe Bitterbridge, maybe Highgarden. We're spread thin. Would you consider going? You've traveled so far already. And if Carhyle or Gaiman are out there, you might find them. Branwen and Aladi exchanged glances. They had just arrived, battered and worn. Yet they both felt that spark of duty. The realm needed to reconnect its fragments if it was ever to rise from the ashes. Hallease continued, "We can't spare a large party. But if we don't reach out, we'll stay isolated forever. You two have proven yourselves resourceful. If you're willing, we'd send you with a few others enough to travel safely." Lysana listened, chewing her lip. Part of her was relieved at the thought of staying in the fortress away from roving killers. But she realized that her new friends might need her help. She had chosen not to remain with Myra's camp after all, believing that forging onward was the only true route to healing. If Aladi and Branwen ventured south, perhaps she should go too. Aladi touched her bandaged arm. "I'll need a few days to recover," she said honestly. "Traveling again so soon might break my stitches. But I want to help." Branwen placed a supportive hand on her back, nodding. "I'll go wherever she goes," he said simply. Hallease exhaled in relief, a faint smile crossing his features. "I'll gather volunteers and supplies. We have a little extra from the last hunts, enough for a small party." He glanced at Lysana. "And you? Will you join them or stay here?" She swallowed, meeting Aladi's gaze. "If they'll have me, I'll go. I want to do something that matters." Hallease nodded approvingly, though concern clouded his face. The roads were perilous enough for veterans of the long night. For someone still wrestling with her own trauma, it would be a test of will. But Lysana's resolve was firm. So the next few days passed in a semblance of calm. Aladi rested, letting Senna redress her wound with proper ointments. Branwen pitched in around the fortress, helping replace a collapsed section of the outer wall. Lysana found tasks that suited her gentle nature, caring for a handful of goats and chickens the fortress had amassed. She formed a bond with an older goat named Dandelion who would follow her around the courtyard, bleating for scraps. Niall and Oris teased her about having an entourage. She took their playful jibes with a smile, grateful to see children with some measure of normalcy. The fortress felt like a miracle of cooperation in a world shattered by winter and war. At night, the halls filled with low laughter and quiet conversation. Someone played a battered lute that had been salvaged from a traveling minstrel. The tunes were out of key, but comforting all the same. People gathered around the fires to share stories, memories of harvest feasts, of dancing in summer meadows, of simpler times. These recollections, though tinged with sorrow, bound them together. If they had endured the long night, they reasoned, perhaps they could endure the painful rebirth as well. Aladi's arm improved steadily under Senna's care. By the time Hallease declared the expedition ready, she could move without flinching, though she was advised to avoid heavy lifting for another week or two. Branwen tested new arrowheads that had been forged from scavenged metal. Lysana helped pack dried meats and bread into rucksacks. A man named Fynt, who had once been a blacksmith's apprentice, joined their scouting party along with a soft-spoken archer named Yenna. In total, 5 of them planned to depart: Aladi, Branwen, Lysana, Fynt, and Yenna. Enough to defend themselves, if not to wage war. On the eve of their departure, Hallease arranged a small feast of boiled carrots, a bit of mutton, and a loaf of freshly baked bread. For a fortress scraping by on minimal supplies, it felt decadent. They gathered in the repaired Great Hall, the firelight dancing on newly hung tapestries that had been scavenged from somewhere. A hush fell as Hallease stood, raising a crude wooden cup of watered wine. "This fortress stands because of people who refuse to give in," he said, voice thick with emotion. "We survived the Night King here. Now we survive the roving threats of men. I salute these brave souls who depart tomorrow, seeking allies and forging new bonds. May the gods watch over them, old and new alike." A murmur of agreement rippled through the crowd. Niall and Oris raised their cups, water in their case eyes shining with admiration for Aladi and Branwen. Lysana blushed under the attention, still unaccustomed to being called brave. Fynt lifted his mug and winked, while Yenna, reticent as ever, simply inclined her head. The fortress folk clinked cups and drank. Though they had little wine, the spirit of hope carried them. Afterward, in a quieter corner, Hallease, Aladi, and Branwen reminisced about their earliest days at the fortress. They shared stories of Tormund's boisterous laughter, of the Unsullied who had died in the final stand, of how the courtyard had been choked with green wildfire smoke. Each memory held sorrow, but also a reminder of how far they had come. "We owe it to them to rebuild," Aladi whispered. Branwen kissed her temple gently, and Hallease nodded, tears in his eyes. Morning arrived with a crispness that seemed almost spring-like. The group of 5 readied their horses, Ember for Branwen, another sturdy mare for Aladi, and a brown gelding for Fynt. Yenna shared a horse with Lysana, who was still uneasy in the saddle. People lined the courtyard to see them off. Niall hugged Aladi's waist, refusing to let go until Oris tugged him aside, stifling tears. Hallease pressed a small leather pouch into Branwen's hand. "Seeds," he said. Senna says they're hardy, might grow in partial thaw. If you find a safe place, plant them. Let it be a sign that we're still here. Branwen promised he would. Then the heavy gates swung open. The small party rode out, turning southward, where rumor placed Carhyle, Gaiman, and possibly other enclaves. The fortress folk watched their figures recede until they vanished into the rolling hills. Hallie sighed, a mix of pride and fear stirring in his heart. They had lost so many to winter and war, yet still found the will to hope. The travelers pressed on under a sky of shifting clouds. Aladi's heart pounded with a blend of excitement and nervousness. She remembered King's Landing's emptiness, the savage barn raids, but also the kindness of the fortress, the unity of the final stand. She carried the memory of the melted Iron Throne like an emblem of what was lost, and the seeds from Hallie's like an emblem of what might be gained. Branwen rode at her side, the dagger that ended the Night King sheathed at his belt as if both a relic of the past and a promise for the future. Fynt and Yana spoke quietly of potential blacksmithing or archery work if they reached a more established settlement. Lysana, though still shy, managed a small smile whenever the horses trotted smoothly. She was discovering a fragile sense of purpose in traveling with these would-be peacemakers. Each night, they camped close, ensuring no one wandered off alone. Each day, they advanced deeper into land that showed faint signs of thaw, small rivulets, and patches of soggy ground. They bypassed old roads in favor of back routes, mindful that bandits might still patrol the main highways. On the fourth day, they came upon a shallow ravine where melting snow cascaded in watery drips over mossy rocks. An abandoned shrine to the Seven perched on the ravine's edge, its stone carvings eroded by wind and frost. They paused, curious. Fynt dismounted to peek inside. Empty, he called. No supplies, but no threats either. The air felt heavy with memory, as though 1,000 prayers had once echoed here. They continued south. Occasionally, they glimpsed charred skeletons of holdfasts or fields that had partially thawed, revealing blackened stumps of what had been crops. No large host had swept through recently, it seemed. They encountered a couple of stray travelers, one an old man half-blind with cataracts, another a mother carrying her infant on her back. Both times, they shared a little food and directed them north to the fortress. These wanderers were near collapse, eyes filled with gratitude at even a morsel. Such meetings reminded the group how fragile life remained. On the 8th day, they reached a broad river crossing, possibly a tributary of the Mander. The old stone bridge had collapsed on one side, leaving only precarious blocks and swirling, ice-flecked water. Aladi bit her lip. The horses might manage a crossing if the current was slow, but it was a risk. Fynt scouted ahead, wading in up to his knees. The water was swift but not too deep. After some debate, they decided to attempt a fording. Yana, the best rider among them aside from Branwen, led the first horse. The animal balked at the cold rush, but eventually waded in, hooves clacking on submerged rocks. Aladi and Branwen followed, urging Ember forward. Lysana clung to Yana's waist, heart pounding at the crossing. Fynt brought up the rear, gripping the reins of his horse with calm determination. Water surged around them, nipping at the horse's flanks. Icy splashes soaked their boots. Aladi hissed in discomfort as the cold tugged at her. But the crossing proved manageable and they emerged on the far bank, dripping but triumphant. Lysana laughed shakily, relief etched on her face. Branwen patted Ember's neck, murmuring praise for the horse's sturdy courage. They pressed on, forging deeper into the southern terrain. Signs of spring multiplied as they went. Birdsong drifted from skeletal trees. In a few places, small green shoots emerged from the ground. The realm felt like it was testing a timid rebirth after the long night. Aladi's heart lifted each time she spotted a new sign of life, though caution tempered her optimism. No one declared the winter undone, it might still snap back with a cruel storm. But these glimpses offered hope. If nothing else, the magic that had blanketed the lands in ice seemed to be loosening. A few days later, they caught their first sight of Bitterbridge. In better times, the town had been a modest hub for trade nestled around a crossing of the Mander. Now, from a distance, they saw makeshift defenses along the outskirts. A wooden palisade, watchtowers, and what looked like farmland in the early stages of thaw. Smoke rose from numerous fires, more than a mere camp. Fynt pointed. That's a decent sign. Could be Gaiman's enclave. Aladi's pulse quickened. If Gaiman, Carhyle, and the others had truly rallied folk here, it might be the largest settlement of survivors they'd seen since the fall of King's Landing. Let's see, Branwen said, urging Ember forward. They approached with caution, scanning for watchers. Soon enough, a horn sounded and sentries appeared atop the palisade. The travelers halted a good 50 yards out, hands raised in a gesture of peace. One of the sentries called down, "Declare yourselves." Alati, whose voice had regained strength, shouted back, travelers from the fortress near the Mandar, seeking alliance and news. She let the breeze catch her words, hoping the name fortress might spark recognition. The sentries conferred among themselves. Then the gates opened slightly, revealing a handful of armed individuals. With a thunder of hooves, a figure rode out. Alati's heart soared. There, astride a chestnut mare, was Carhyle. Her hair was shorter than before, her face bearing new scars, but the set of her shoulders was unmistakable. She gaped for a moment, then broke into a grin. "Bramwin?" "Alati," she exclaimed, dismounting in a swirl of dust. A wild relief flooded the air. They greeted each other with fervent embraces. Carhyle's eyes were bright. "You made it," she breathed, scanning them. "Your arm, what happened?" she asked Alati, pressing a worried hand near the bandages. Alati laughed, half delirious with gratitude. "Raiders. I'm recovering. What about you? Gaiman? Is he here?" Carhyle nodded, though her expression sobered. "Yes, inside. He's alive. He's changed." Took a hard blow to the ribs that never healed right. "But come, you'll see. We've built a real settlement here, forging alliances with nearby holdfasts. Some of the local lords are dead or fled, so we've reclaimed farmland under Gaiman's leadership. People have come from all over, pledging to help sow a new beginning." Bramwin exhaled in sheer relief. "We've prayed for news like this." He introduced Fynt, Yana, and Lysana to Carhyle, who welcomed them warmly. Then, under the watchful eye of the sentries, they guided their horses inside Bitterbridge's new palisade. The scene within stirred their hearts, dozens of tents mingling with repaired buildings, vegetable plots fenced in, animals grazing in half-thawed fields. People bustled about, carrying lumber, hauling water, tending scrawny livestock. A sense of renewed life pervaded everything, tempered by the scars of war but shining with determination. The group was led through the muddy streets to the largest building, once an inn, now headquarters for Gaiman's fledgling coalition. Outside, a battered banner hung, bearing no house sigil but rather a simple depiction of a green shoot rising from snow. Alati recognized the symbol as something Gaiman had once mentioned, a sign of hope after the long night. Her chest constricted with emotion. Carhyle ushered them in. Gaiman stood near a fireplace, his left arm strapped across his ribs. He turned, revealing bruises and old burns. His eyes widened at the sight of Brannin and Alati. "Gods," he whispered, voice thick. "You're alive." They hurried forward, embracing him gently, mindful of his injuries. The swirl of greetings continued as they introduced Lysana, Fynt, and Yana. Gaiman's smile was pained but genuine. "It's been an uphill battle here," he admitted, gesturing to the busy scrawl of notes on a makeshift table. "We have enough farmland for planting, and we've beaten off a few threats. But we still face disease, hunger, scattered bandits. And not everyone wants to join. Some holdfasts cling to old grudges or are led by petty tyrants." Carhyle folded her arms. Gaiman nearly got himself killed parleying with a hostile group upriver. They used a crossbow. The bolt glanced off his side. "He's still healing." Gaiman shrugged wryly, then coughed. "At least they didn't shoot me in the head," he said. Alati squeezed his hand, tears in her eyes. "We came to see if you'd formed something stable. And it seems you have." Gaiman nodded. "It's fragile, but yes. We call it the Mandar Confederation for lack of a better name. Several villages and camps have sworn to support each other, share resources, fend off raiders. We have scouts reaching as far as the Stormlands. We hope to restore trade. Maybe, in time, we'll help replant the fields around Highgarden or the eastern Crownlands. Rebuild roads. Bring real law back." His voice trembled with passion and exhaustion. "One day we might have a realm again. Not under a single king who knows if that old system will survive, but under a mutual pledge that we're stronger together." Bramwin felt a surge of admiration. He recalled the night in the fortress courtyard when Gaiman had plunged a Valyrian sword into a White Walker's heart. The man had always exuded quiet courage, and now that same courage guided the living into a new age. Alati glanced at Carhyle, noticing how she stood near Gaiman, protective. Perhaps in this battered world they had found solace in each other. Carhyle nodded at Lysana, Fynt, and Yana. "You're free to stay. Or we can help you reunite with the fortress. We've kept a line of messengers traveling between here and there, though it's a week's ride or more." That news made Bramwin smile. "Then we truly are forging connections," he said, heart-lifting. "Hallies will be thrilled. He urged us to come find you." Gaiman's lips curled in a faint grin. "He's a good man. We hoped he'd keep the fortress strong. If you'll remain here for a time, we can plan the next steps. Perhaps in the summer we'll join all our enclaves in a great moot, see how to unify further." The notion of a grand gathering of survivors, forging new bonds across the realm, stirred excitement in them all. Aladi nodded, feeling the ache in her bandaged arm. "We'll stay," she said. Lysana's expression glowed with relief. The idea of a stable settlement, farmland, and shared defenses seemed like a miracle compared to the barn horror she had fled. Fynti and Yana likewise agreed to help. Already, people were pressing around, seeking a closer look at newcomers. Carhyle introduced them to a young scribe who was recording daily events. The scribe eyed Aladi's collection of salvaged books with delight, eager to integrate them into their fledgling library. The horticulture text especially caused excitement among the farm planners. That evening, they walked through the settlement, marveling at the activity. Carhyle explained that the Mandar's partial thaw had enabled them to plant hardy crops along its banks. Others had attempted fishing or digging irrigation channels. Wagons, once rotting in abandoned barns, were repaired for hauling stone. A few blacksmiths had set up forges to rework scrap metal into tools and weapons. A sense of industry permeated the muddy streets, reminiscent of a small city in the making. People came forward, offering smiles or nods of greeting, their faces lined with exhaustion but brightened by renewed purpose. Lysana couldn't help tearing up as she saw children running between huts, squealing in the half-melted snow. Their laughter sounded alien yet wonderful. She recalled the orchard settlement that never had a chance. Perhaps here, in this confederation, children could laugh without the fear of midnight raids. Fynti chatted with one of the blacksmiths about forging plow blades. Yana sized up the watchtowers, offering suggestions to the archers. Aladi and Bramwin found themselves climbing a hill that overlooked the settlement hand in hand. From the crest, they watched torches flicker around the perimeter, heard distant hammers ring. The smell of cooking fires drifted on the breeze. Carhyle joined them, standing quietly. A hush fell as they reflected on how far they had come since the long night's darkest hours. At length, Carhyle spoke, her voice soft. "You were the ones who struck down the Night King. But you never truly stopped fighting for the living." She fixed them with a grateful look. "This place exists, in part, because of that night." Bramwin exhaled. "We all fought that battle. All of us who refused to give in." He glanced at Aladi, memories swirling, Winterfell's desperate last stand, the fortress, the barn horrors, the lawless roads. "For every cruelty we've seen, we've also seen kindness. Like Hallie's fortress or that Crownland's camp that battled Raskar's men. And now this." He gestured to the settlement. Small sparks coming together. Aladi gripped his hand. "We've lost so many, but maybe that's why we can't lose hope. If we let the realm remain shattered, then the dead might as well have won." She bowed her head, remembering the half-buried illusions of the Iron Throne. "We'll build something new. Something that remembers the cost of the old ways." Carhyle placed a hand on Aladi's shoulder, nodding fiercely. "That's Gaiman's dream too. A realm that learns from the long night, no more petty kings or tyrants. We share bread, we share steel, we share purpose." She let out a shaky breath. "I never thought I'd speak like this, like some idealistic fool. But after seeing men and women stand together against the undead, it's hard to settle for anything less." Silence enveloped them again, broken only by the night wind. For below, the settlement lights twinkled. Some flickered out as folk retired, but new glows rose from forges still at work. Carhyle explained that forging at night helped them keep up with the demand for farming tools. Bramwin and Aladi exchanged a glance, sharing a surge of quiet hope. The road ahead would be arduous, bandits like Raskar still roamed, pockets of undead might remain, and winter's final departure was not assured. Yet in this place, the seeds of a new future had already taken root. They descended the hill, returning to Gaiman's makeshift headquarters. Inside, they found him studying maps with a couple of scribes. He looked up, the lines of pain on his face softened by a smile at their approach. "Tomorrow," he said, "we'll show you the farmland. You can help plan new irrigation ditches. And I have a letter I'd like you to carry back to the fortress if you return an invitation to send delegates here. Perhaps we can form a broader alliance in the next moons." Bramwin glanced at Aladi. She nodded. "We'll do it," she said. "Let's keep forging paths between us all. That's the only way to truly break this endless winter." Gaiman exhaled in relief. "Thank you," he said simply, emotion lacing his voice. Carhyle stood behind him, placing a hand on his shoulder, her eyes reflecting the same resolve. They spent the rest of the evening in quiet camaraderie, discussing practical matters, sowing seeds, patrolling roads, bridging alliances. For once, their words were not overshadowed by the dread of an otherworldly army. Instead, they faced the struggles of men, banditry, resource scarcity, old feuds, and tried to weave a tapestry of unity out of threads once frayed by centuries of war. Bit by bit, a blueprint for a realm reborn took shape in the small lamplight. Late into the night, Aladi and Bramwin found a corner to rest. She touched the bandage on her arm, remembering the burn of Raskar's blade, then the swirl of green wildfire at the fortress, then the hush of King's Landing. Each memory was etched with pain, yet they had survived them all. Bramwin settled beside her, arms around her waist, offering the warmth of his body. They listened to the muted sounds of hammering outside, the muffled laughter of someone sharing a late-night joke, the hush of a realm trying to heal. "We've come so far," Aladi whispered into the darkness. Bramwin pressed a tender kiss to her temple. "Farther still to go," he said, voice soft but unwavering. And so they drifted into a half-sleep, lulled by hope they had once thought impossible. When morning came, the settlement of Bitterbridge bustled with new energy. Farmers set off for the fields, watchers relieved the night guard, and Carhyle ushered Aladi and Brannon out to see the progress. The fields near the Manor had been tilled by hand with a handful of battered plows. Seeds gleaned from old storehouses or from hidden seed banks were being sown. Rows of onions, turnips, carrots, anything that could tolerate the lingering cold. Aladi's horticulture text, salvaged from King's Landing, was read daily by a group of volunteer planters eager to glean every scrap of knowledge. Children scooped water from the Manor into small irrigation channels, guided by instructions sketched on parchment. Some of the older folks had begun designing wheelbarrows or employing goat-driven carts. Everywhere, one could sense the fragile optimism of people who had once starved under the undead siege but now bent their backs to restore life to the soil. Gaiman, leaning on a cane to ease pressure on his injured side, walked among them, offering words of encouragement. Carhyle followed, coordinating deliveries of seed or tools. They were forging, in miniature, the seeds of a new society, one that prized cooperation above all else. Aladi, Branwin, Lysana, Fynt, and Yana threw themselves into the labor for the next weeks. Yana taught archery to those who volunteered for watch duty, Fynt hammered out nails and crude spades, Lysana tended goats and helped in the rudimentary infirmary, applying poultices for those with fevers. Branwin and Aladi assisted with both defense and agriculture, dividing their time between patrolling the perimeter and hauling water. Aladi's arm mended fully under Carhyle's watchful eye. Days slipped by, each dawn bringing new tasks. The settlement weathered a few small crises. A cart axle broke, a miner brawl erupted over ration shares, and rumors surfaced of a white wandering the outskirts. That rumor turned out to be a half-dead bandit, delirious with frostbite. Nonetheless, each test reminded them that this was no idol. It was a frontier, forging stability in the ashes. At last, the time came for Aladi and Branwin to make good on their promise to carry Gaiman's letter back to the fortress. Carhyle, reluctant to let them leave, understood the necessity of bridging the enclaves. "We'll hold things down here," she said, clasping arms with Branwin and hugging Aladi. "Return when you can, or send word if you find other enclaves in need of aid." Gaiman embraced them carefully, his ribs still tender. "We plan a summit in late spring or early summer if the weather permits. The more folk who arrive to discuss the future, the stronger we'll be." He handed them a scroll sealed with a small wax stamp bearing the stylized green shoot. "Deliver this to Halley's. It outlines the proposals for a confederation of enclaves. We can do so much more together than alone." Aladi accepted the scroll, pressing it to her heart. "We'll see it done." Lysana, who had found surprising peace in the settlement, decided to remain. The orchard and farmland tasks suited her gentle nature, and she felt safe under Carhyle's watch. She parted from Branwin and Aladi tearfully, thanking them for saving her life. They urged her to keep caring for the goats, forging a new life free from terror. Yana also stayed, accepting Carhyle's invitation to train archers full-time. Only Fynt chose to accompany Aladi and Branwin, wanting to see the fortress. "I can help them with blacksmithing," he said, shouldering his pack. So the trio set off, Branwin, Aladi, and Fynt, riding north along the Manor. The roads were still soft with thaw, muddy and littered with debris from collapsed trees. But the air felt warmer, the days slightly longer, as though real spring was beginning to stir after years of unnatural cold. They avoided known bandit haunts, occasionally encountering other travelers or small caravans that had heard of Gaiman's settlement and ventured south. In each case, Aladi repeated the directions to Bitterbridge, encouraging them to bring seeds or craft skills. Some eyed them with suspicion, but more than a few expressed cautious optimism. One early morning, near a shallow bend in the Manor, They watched a flock of geese overhead, honking as they flew. The sight startled Lullaby into laughter, for she could not recall the last time she'd seen migratory birds. They sensed the season turning, Branwen noted, shading his eyes to follow their formation. Fynt grinned. It's been so long since we heard geese. Maybe the realm's truly thawing. They continued on, hearts lighter with each sign of nature's resurgence. When at last they glimpsed the fortress walls in the distance, relief and delight surged. The repaired towers stood proudly, the gates open, watchmen perched above. They were hailed by name upon approach. Hallease practically ran to greet them with Niall and Oris in tow. "You're back again," Hallease cried, face splitting into a grin. "And with a new ally, I see?" Fynt introduced himself, offering a handshake. "I'm an apprentice blacksmith," he said. "Heard you might have a forge in need of extra hands." Hallease laughed warmly. "Yes, indeed we do." Then, noticing the letter in Lullaby's hand, he raised an eyebrow. She explained all about Bitterbridge, how Carhyle and Gaiman had established a strong settlement, and how they planned a great moot. Hallease's eyes shone with excitement. "A moot? Gods be good, that's exactly what we need. This realm must unify or risk sliding into endless pockets of anarchy." He gestured for them to follow him into the courtyard. "Come, we'll read the letter in the Great Hall. Then we'll prepare a response at once." The fortress courtyard looked busier than before, with more people milling about. A group of children tended a small garden by the outer wall, coaxing life from the damp soil. Senna was overseeing a communal kitchen, the scent of stew wafting in the air. Lullaby's heart swelled at the difference from those earliest days when the fortress felt so grim and empty. Now it was blossoming with the same spirit they'd seen at Bitterbridge. Inside the hall, Hallease broke Gaiman's seal and read the letter aloud, his voice reverberating off the stone walls. The message detailed proposed trade routes, an agreement to share seeds, protective alliances against raiders, and an open invitation for all enclaves to send delegates to a summer moot. Lullaby and Branwen nodded along, the words echoing everything they had witnessed. Niall and Oris listened wide-eyed, perched on the edge of a bench. A hush followed when Hallease finished, as though everyone in the hall sensed the magnitude of what was happening. They were forging the beginnings of a realm reborn. Senna stepped forward. "We must accept, of course. The fortress is stable enough now to spare delegates, especially if we trust them not to leave us defenseless." Hallease bobbed his head. "We'll form a delegation. Perhaps I'll go myself, along with a few able fighters and farmers. Show them our progress, learn from theirs. If the moot can unify enclaves all across the Reach and beyond, we might indeed see the realm flourish." Fynt scratched his head, an eager grin forming. "We can reforge trade roads, share blacksmithing resources. Maybe even rebuild some old forges. It's a long road, but I'm in if you'll have me." Hallease clapped him on the shoulder. "We're glad of any help, friend." Later that evening, once they had eaten and settled, Branwen and Lullaby found themselves strolling the fortress walls at dusk. The sunset painted the sky in mild gold and orange, a spectacle rarely seen during the long night. Below, the courtyard glowed with torchlight, figures moving about final chores for the day. Ember stood near the stable, munching hay. Lullaby inhaled, the air crisp but not biting. She turned to Branwen, her eyes reflecting the dying light. "We're at the cusp of something new. I can feel it." Branwen slid an arm around her shoulders, nodding. "Yes, we're no longer just survivors. We're builders, forging a future." He gazed out at the horizon. The Night King's shadow might never fully vanish from our memories, but each seed, each alliance, each act of mercy drives it further away. Lullaby rested her head on his shoulder, a smile tugging at her lips despite the aches and losses that lingered in her soul. They both knew more trials lay ahead: bandit lords, leftover whites, the uncertain weather. And the question of how to govern a realm that had lost its iron throne loomed large. Yet none of that diminished the miracle that was unfolding. The living had found the strength to carry on after the darkest conquest imaginable. Where ice had once blanketed everything, pockets of warmth and unity now spread. Where fear had ruled, hope sprouted, fragile but persistent like green shoots through snowy ground. A gentle breeze ruffled Lullaby's hair, carrying the distant sound of children laughing. She closed her eyes, letting the moment sink deep into her bones. Branwen's presence at her side, the fortress brimming with life, the knowledge that Gaiman and Carhyle had established another stronghold of fellowship, these were embers that promised to become a fire. A fire of resilience if tended carefully. As night fell, they walked hand in hand along the parapet, remembering how the place had once been drenched in blood and supernatural cold. Now it stood as a symbol of survival. In the distance, they could almost imagine hearing the soft rush of the Mander, winding its way through the land, connecting them to Bitterbridge and beyond. They thought of the message Gaiman had penned, of the moot to come, of the letters that might be carried to other enclaves. If the living could indeed unify, then Westeros, though scarred, would endure and grow anew. Someday, perhaps fields of wheat would wave across the reach again, and the Red Keep might be reclaimed as a memorial, not a seat of tyranny. They paused at a corner tower, leaning against the battlements. Below them, the fortress's torchlit courtyard looked almost peaceful. Aladi's gaze drifted to the stars, remembering all the nights she had prayed for dawn that never came. But now dawn was coming, slow and unsteady, yet unstoppable. She turned to Branwen, voice hushed. "We've walked through nightmares. But here we stand." Branwen kissed her lightly, a tender brush of warmth in the chill air. "And here we'll keep standing," he replied. "Until the realm lives again." She nestled closer, letting the sincerity of his words cradle her heart. The night sky seemed vaster than before, as though the darkness no longer pressed so tightly. She could almost envision the future that Gaiman, Carhyle, Halleys, and all of them were daring to shape. Soft footsteps interrupted the moment. Niall emerged onto the battlements, face cautious. "Halleys wants you to join the council in the hall," he said. "They're making final notes for the delegation. He said we need your insights." The boy offered a timid grin. "He says you've seen more of the realm than anyone else here." Aladi and Branwen smiled at each other. They followed Niall down the steps, heartened that the fortress had a council, that they had plans to share, that the future was no longer just an abstract dream. Each step echoed in the old stones, a reminder of the past, but also a promise of transformation. Down below, Oris stood by the hall entrance, scribbling on a slate. He waved them over. The hustle of voices seeped from within, the energy of people eager to shape their destiny. They entered the hall together, stepping into a circle of survivors who refused to remain in ruin. Halleys beckoned them to a table spread with rough maps and notes. Senna and other elders stood by, discussing routes and timetables. Fynti was there too, drafting a list of items needed for forging. They nodded in greeting. Aladi and Branwen took places among them, setting aside the burdens of memory to focus on what must be done. And so the conversation flowed of farmland, alliances, the best roads to connect enclaves, the risk of stray undead, and how to confront marauders like Rasker. They shared stories from Bitterbridge, describing Carhyle and Gaiman's system of trade, how watchers patrolled the Mander. Halleys listened intently, pen-scratching as he wrote down potential solutions. Senna suggested establishing a chain of safe houses between the fortress and Bitterbridge. Another man proposed they eventually send envoys toward the coast in case the Iron Islands or Dorne harbored more survivors. Aladi's eyes roved over the determined faces, from Halleys's paternal warmth to Senna's calm expertise, from Fynt's blacksmith zeal to the cautious optimism of newly arrived folk. The realm was broken, yes, but not beyond repair. They were not dreamers alone, they were doers forging the next era. If the gloom of the Night King's conquest had taught them anything, it was that life perseveres when people stand together. Hours later, the meeting concluded with a plan to dispatch delegates in a fortnight. Aladi and Branwen would help map the route. Others would stockpile supplies. The notion of traveling a well-marked road, not just wandering blindly, filled them with an almost childlike excitement. They parted for the night, each carrying tasks to fulfill. Halleys clapped Branwen on the back. "We'll shape a world we can be proud to leave the children," he said. Branwen nodded, the image of Niall and Oris so vibrant in his mind. "We must," he agreed. Stepping outside into the fortress courtyard, Aladi inhaled the mild spring air again. She and Branwen lingered, not wanting to return to their chambers just yet. A soft hush blanketed the walls, only a few guards on patrol. The stars shimmered overhead, far brighter than they had during the worst of the endless winter. She pressed her palm over the faint scar on her arm. It ached slightly, but it was a living ache, a reminder she was still here. Branwen brushed a thumb across the hilt of his dagger, the weapon that had slain the Night King. Then he looked at Aladi. Neither spoke, but in that quiet space, they understood each other perfectly. Their story, like Westeros itself, had been one of unimaginable darkness and flickers of light. Now, with every alliance they helped forge, every budding farmland, every child's laughter echoing in these halls, they pushed the memory of ice and death further into the past. Eventually, they made their way to a small tower room assigned to them. Sitting on a straw pallet, Aladi unwound her scarf, letting her hair fall loose. Branwen removed his boots, weary from a day of planning. The tower window overlooked the courtyard, a mild breeze flowing in. They sat side by side, leaning against each other. Aladi's voice was barely above a whisper. "Do you think, in a few years, we'll see entire fields of wheat again?" Actual harvests that feed whole families without rationing. Her tone held a tremor of yearning. Bramwin's arm circled her shoulders. Yes, he said, unwavering. And if it doesn't come that quickly, we'll keep trying until it does. The White Walkers once threatened to erase us, but they failed. We won. Now we choose how the story goes. She rested her head on his chest, listening to the steady beat of his heart. For a moment, the gloom of the long night seemed like a distant legend, overshadowed by the promise of dawn. She pictured children running through tall grass, laughter echoing, houses rebuilt with open doors. She pictured Carhyle's spear laid aside for a trowel, Gaiman's battered sword replaced by a quill, Halley's teaching Niall and Oris to plant fruit trees along the fortress walls. Even the memory of King's Landing, Melted Throne, and rotting keeps didn't erase that vision, because sometimes you had to let go of what was lost to build anew. They watched the moon rise. Words weren't needed. The hush of the fortress, the warmth of each other's presence, the knowledge that tomorrow they would continue weaving alliances and sowing seeds of hope, this was enough. Eventually, they lay down, lulled by the calm of a realm that, though scarred, was alive and growing. And so the nights passed into days, the days into weeks. The fortress readied delegates, farmers tilled soil in the courtyard, children practiced archery under the watchful eye of the guard. Word arrived that Carhyle's settlement thrived, that the roads between them now had markers. Marauders still lurked in corners of the land, but each victory of cooperation made them less powerful. Here and there, an abandoned holdfast was reclaimed, a library's ruins sifted for knowledge, a blacksmith's forge reignited. By late spring, patches of wildflowers dotted the once barren fields around the fortress, painting the landscape with subtle color. Streams ran clear, no longer locked in ice. Migratory birds nested in the eaves of the ramparts. The sun lingered in the sky a bit longer each evening, a slow, gentle unveiling of the realm's resilience. And with every step forward, the living quietly laid to rest the ghosts of a winter that had nearly never ended. In that uncertain yet hopeful time, Lullaby and Bramwin often gazed across the battlements, remembering the final stand they had made against the Night King. They spoke in soft tones of the monstrous hush that had once filled these stones, the swirl of green wildfire, the crash of ice meeting steel. They recalled the friends lost, the pyres lit in the aftermath. Yet all of it had led them here, to a fragile rebirth. And as they stood, side by side, hearts entwined, they believed that if the land could thaw, so could the hearts of those who had once known only death and strife. One night, long after the fires burned low, Bramwin wandered the courtyard in a half-dream. He found himself stopping before a newly planted sapling, a young oak the children had coaxed from a hidden acorn store. He reached out, touching its budding leaves. It was a slender thing, easily breakable if winter returned in force. But it stood proudly, its tiny branches reaching for the moonlit sky. In that quiet moment, he felt the pulse of the realm itself, felt its determination to outgrow even the darkest shadow. He breathed a prayer to no god in particular. May we never forget how close we came to falling and how we stood against the night. May we always remember that unity saved us when crowns and banners could not. Then he brushed his palm across the earth around the sapling as if offering silent support. Even if it took decades, even if storms battered them, the living would not yield this time. They had faced the worst and found the will to endure. Soft footsteps approached Lullaby in her cloak, sensing his absence. She smiled at the sapling, then at him, understanding without words. Taking his hand, she murmured, "Let's rest, love. Tomorrow's another day of building." He nodded, lacing his fingers with hers, and they walked back inside, leaving the young tree to drink moonlight in the fortress courtyard. The next day and the many days after, they would keep forging alliances, sowing seeds, and writing a new chapter for the Seven Kingdoms, one that the Night King could never conquer again. And in that determined march toward the future, their footsteps joined countless others, each carrying a spark of dawn for a land once lost to endless night.